Nah, Meadow, you can't be writing those freaky ass papers for Jackie Jr. He's not even going to his seminars at Rutgers, girl. You need to respect yourself. Freaky ass Edgar Allan Poe dissertation. Rutgers mentioned. I don't know anything about Rutgers. If I had to guess, it's in New Jersey. Yep, yes. Even though the university starts with the letter R, I feel like their logo is like a big letter U. Is that correct? No, never mind. It's a big R. Never mind. Never mind. Have you guys ever seen that one, man? I think that might be one of the most clutch references that the fewest people get. Hello, Kate, by the way. Kate, I had to leave Dan's chat. He was baiting too hard. And then I baited him. It felt good to bait the baiter. What was he doing? Well, he was talking shit about the Beatles, but like that's fine, but he knows like two Beatles songs. And also, he was saying like they're not as good as Fall Out Boy, which is just mental illness. Like that's just crazy. At least Justin's like I'm not fucking with the Beatles, but I'm a big fan of like, some shit that I've never heard of. Or he's a big fan of you know, Keep It Like a Secret by Built to Spill or something like that. But he was saying, like, what kind of music have the Beatles made lately? Bro, John Lennon got shot in the chest in 1980. The shit was almost 50 years ago. What the fuck do you mean, what kind of music have they made lately? Doesn't make any fucking sense, man. He got killed on the streets of New York. Like 5 years before you were even born. You and me riding solo, wearing bolos in the sun. Yeah, they broke up 60 years ago, man. At least the Beatles can sing. Kate, don't push it, okay? Because I agree with you, but you got to relax on the Bob Dylan stuff, okay? So I am a big Beatles glazer because I consider myself a 20th century man. But in terms of songwriting, Dylan mogs them in songwriting, in my opinion. But you're comparing an 11 to a 10, in my opinion. My girlfriend's 100% in on Gay Bob Dylan. Gay Bob Dylan at the Rolling Thunder Review would be like, if there's a driver on this road, then let him have my load. You know what I'm talking about? 'Cause tonight, I'll be staying here with you. Get ready. You know what I'm talking about? That's one of the songs where he actually sings like good, which is crazy. Why is he screaming? Because he was fucked up on cocaine after his divorce, bro. The dude was snorting mountains of cocaine before every single show. He did. He had it all over his face, man. Oh, my ticket in the window. Bob Dylan does not virtue signal, bro. He vice signals, if anything. Like the dude weighed 92 pounds, and he's singing songs about how like, what does he say? I got to sing all of Idiot Wind to get there. There's a lone soldier on the cross, smoke pouring out of a boxcar door. You didn't know it. You didn't think it could be done. At the final end, he won the war after losing every battle. Like literally, you were just strung out in the Chelsea hotel, bro. What are you talking about? You got crucified on the railroad tracks. You were literally eating like bagels with cream cheese next to your hotel. He didn't think it could be done. That's how he sings, man. Anyway. Sorry, I got a burp. You're 100% right on that impression. I've been working on it. Also, it's easy as a fellow person who can't sing. I'm from Dan's chat. You really think the Beatles have one song better than Band on the Run? Ja Rule. I think that the Beatles, I think 98% of the songs the Beatles ever made are better than Band on the Run. The reason I respect Band on the Run at all is because Paul McCartney was fucking on one for like a whole decade. So he's allowed to make some shitty songs like Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time because he changed the course of music history forever between 1960 and 1970. You guys are crazy. People will really say, I don't listen to old music. The fuck you mean old music, bitch? You guys are from the same century, you fucking idiot. Old music. You're both relics, buddy. I can't even follow the fucking chat, man. There's just too many messages. I forgot how to read. I gotta figure out, one second. I gotta figure out what Green Sleeves sounds like, just so I can commit it to memory. Green Sleeves best version! I have mixed pictures and movies together to make the song even more relaxing and maybe better. I have found the pictures, videos all around the internet. Some pictures are filled with the brightest light, others dark as a black hole. Literally not even possible without putting the fate of the galaxy at risk. But okay, buddy, whatever you say. I have done that to make a big contrast between light and dark and make a mind work along with this perfect music. This is Greens. Oh shit, what dude, the video goes hard actually. Okay, that's so fucking funny. Holy shit, man, I had no idea. Do, 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 do. I promise you, you guys are not ready for the first transition from picture to picture on this YouTube video of Greensleeve's best version. Oh, man. Oh, shit, man. How'd they do this shit pre-AI? Is this just what Ireland looks like? This is, whoa, man, this is crazy. That can't be real. How's it going in Movie Land? I got 60% of the way through Mickey 17, and then my daughter woke up at 6:20 a.m. and I had to get off my bike ride. So I gotta finish Mickey 17. She's been waking up real early lately. It seems pretty good, is what I would say. It seems pretty good. I thought the first 30 to 45 minutes of it was very good. And then once it stopped explaining and started doing stuff, I was like, it seems a little less good now. But still, I was enjoying it, at least. I mean, it's no Parasite, but I was enjoying it. What was I doing here? Dun 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 dun. I forgot I was gonna look up never mind. Cause you guys don't know the reference, and everyone goes, "What the hell are you talking about, Unk?" Every time I say it. So I'm pretty sure it's called Worst Guitars. No, I don't. You don't need to be my primary browser. We're my little booth thing. I don't give a hoot what your dude says. Worst guitar solo ever, Fred Durst. Oh, good. We can't find it because instead there's 15 YouTube videos reacting to it. Fantastic. Okay, this is the one. This is from Christmas Day 2007. I'm going to take you back to the past, man. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. You guys don't know this one? Never mind. Shag my friends tonight. That's a classic, man. That's a classic. I love that one. Shag my friends tonight. Woo! Oh man. It does sound like Guitar Hero when you screw up. Bro, I'm not a Peloton salesman. I'm at my day job right now. Chill. You gotta meet me at the sales center, okay? That's a Chat GPT question. Go ask Chat GPT what kind of shoes you need for the Peloton, man. I'm at work right now. Throw them out, took it in the road. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I had a bubble. That's the type. I went Nashville Skyline mode. Sip your friends tonight. Let's do the dulls. I feel like I got a burp though. You see that new Kilo and Stitch? That would be a great fucking name. That'd be a great diss if you had a friend who had an alien, but also they were a little bit overweight. You could be like, "What's up, Kilo and Stitch?" They'd be like, "Hey, what the fuck, man?" Bit rude? Nah, you're friends. You wouldn't get it. That's about all I got. Sorry, heart rate's still coming down here from that awesome guitar solo. / marker. Those. We're so back, people. It's Martin Freeman looking at vaguely science fiction stuff. That's right. It's Dude Slop. It's Dude Slop. This is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's Children of Men. It's The Happening. It's Children of Men, people. It's The Happening. It's Children of Men. That's a kilo of drugs, man. That's not okay. That's not acceptable. This movie's called War Dogs. They're selling guns in that movie, not drugs. But I don't know who you are. That's John C. Reilly with an earring. I don't know who you are. Maybe this is Layer Cake, man. It's been a minute. Are you Layer Cake? Layer Cake! It is Sienna Miller. Sienna Miller. I've seen Layer Cake, but it was 20 years ago. Yeah, I know that guy. What's his name? You're not Colm Meaney, but you have a name adjacent to Colm Meaney. What's the... Oh, maybe this is Colm Meaney. That is Colm Nicey. Got me feeling Colm Nicey. Does look like Wayne Rooney. Layer cake. Damn. Jacket too small, bro. When your friend tries on a leather jacket at the store, you don't have the guts to tell him that he needs to go up 2 sizes. That shit is too small for you, Unc. That's 05, bro. That's true. You know what? If he really wanted to be 05, he should have had the long sleeve with the short sleeve on top of it. That's how we were rocking it back then. And it's coming back. After coming over from Buffalo, Antoine Smith rushed for over 2,700 yards for this AFC team from 01 to 03. Antoine Smith, dude, he was ripping. No, Titans were rocking Eddie George back then. Let's not be ridiculous. Maybe are the Browns even in the AFC? They must be, man. Whatever, who knows? Before becoming NBA champion, Pascal Siakam. I should know this. I'm from Canada. Every once in a while, I have to pretend to know who was on the Raptors during the 2019 championship run. That you got it correct? Okay, now I don't even remember how I said it, but he played at this time WAC school. I don't even know. I'm going to assume that's the Western Athletic Conference, I guess. I'm going to say that he played for a college called Oregon. Nice try. 2 players recorded 10-plus points in the Kings and Blackhawks 2014 Western Conference Finals. Patrick Kane and this Kings player. That's an interesting one. It could be like Marian Gaborik. He was popping off back then. If my next guess was going to be Kopitar. I think Kopitar is also fair, but I always think of Kopitar as more of like a defensively responsible perennial Selke candidate, but fair enough. What's the capital of Ireland? That's Ben Affleck and Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer. In the 2000s and 2010s, this brand of Post cereal featured employees on the production lines. That's honey bunches of oats. Honey bunches of oats, not hungry bunches. From 2014 to 2016, this VH1 reality dating game show central premise was that the contestants were without clothes. Naked attraction? Dating naked? Apparently it is dating naked, man. Lucky me. Following the creator of Peter Pan, this movie is called Finding Neverland. I forgot that Kate Winslet was in that. I'm going to add that to the repertoire. Wind Beneath My Wings? Buddy, that's Bette Midler. Nice try, bitch. Okay. Give me the marzipan. I've been craving the Nanaimo bars lately, man, which is crazy because I've only eaten like 4 Nanaimo bars in my entire life, but I've been like a millimeter away from buying the Nanaimo bars like every time I go to a bakery lately. That happened to me too. Maybe they're dosing us, man. Maybe they're putting like some Nanaimo bar shit in the air. I do need to check Jeff Carter. Jeff Carter! Remember, imagine Jackie Chan if he was the coach of the 2014 Los Angeles Kings. Clothes? Imagine dating naked. You're right, man. I would think about that every time I see myself with no clothes on. I'm like, damn, the clothes do make the man, huh? Guys, we can admit it, right? Ladies, you look good in clothes, you look good out of clothes, okay? Men, we look good in clothes. Like 5% of us look good naked. I'm not going to say there's no hot naked men, but it's like we're in the minority. I said we like I'm in the club. Oh, that's fucking funny, man. It's just cold. No, it's everything, man. Like the shirt makes your torso look like uniform and not lumpy. And like, I don't know, like the balls just don't. I never know what to do with them, man. Like most of the time they just hang there, but every once in a while, I'm like, what are you doing, man? I don't know where to put you. Like I'm trying, and then you like you kind of like adjust them, but then you move your position and they're in the way again, and you're like, well, I can't touch my balls again. I'm out in public. People are gonna be like, they're gonna call the cops on me. Like I don't know what happened. It's definitely I haven't hit a growth spurt. Let's put it that way. But I tend to sleep on my stomach or on my side. And I feel like I'm pinching my balls constantly. So then I'm like reaching over and like grabbing the whole kit and caboodle and then like kind of moving it over to the side. But then it's like it's applying like tension on one of the attach points to like my groin. So now I'm like, okay, just hang natural. But as soon as you tell it to act natural, it gets really self-conscious. So I can't. I'm having. I think what I need is like I need to cut a hole in my mattress so that I can shove my balls in the mattress hole while I'm sleeping. Because then at least they've got like a place to go. Just weird, man. Yeah, like a massage chair, but it's got the the milking table. I don't know, man. It's complicated. Put one leg out to your side when you're on your stomach. Out to my like a flamingo. I didn't turn my filter off. I love talking about this stuff. This is real shit that we could all possibly relate to, man. Everybody else. Do you think 100 guys could take down one gorilla? Fuck that, dude. What do you do with your balls when you're sleeping? And don't give me that I sleep on my back bullshit, you fucking virtue signaler. Coffin rehearsal ass. Yoni Wolf type shit. Pissing me the fuck off. Sorry, what did Corey say? He got dono walled? Flash user Corey. Let's see what he said. At least you don't get a sleep boner like 70% of the night? Buddy, what do you mean? Just set your watch to it, man. Do ladies know about the... Again, this is not to be crass. The ladies know about morningwood? It's a mystery. I don't really know why it happens. But you wake up with, like, forgive the parlance, you wake up with the best erection you've ever had in your entire life. The kind of erection where you're like, if I could snap my fingers and make it happen, that's the one that I would want. But you're like, I don't want it right now because I got to go pee. I want it to go away so that I can pee in the toilet without like hyperextending my shit. That's how you know, even when you're sick, that's how I know I'm not in trouble. If I wake up and old reliable's still there, I'm like, I can't be that bad. The body's still doing like optional shit. Even if the tip did turn gray. Anyway. I have a newborn and changing diapers in the middle of the night with a boner blows. That's so fucking real, man. Because you look goofy too, man. You're like, first off, I'm waking up after like 2.5 hours of sleep, and now I'm walking around with my underpants like all bulged out for no reason, hunched over a little bit like a fucking weirdo. Oh, man. It's really funny. Oh. The human body is so fucking funny, man. You gotta have a sense of humor about it. If you don't, you're gonna be here a while. I'm glad I have earbuds in. Okay, so maybe I'm not neurotypical. Because Corey and I and Chiblee, we were talking about the season finale of the rehearsal last night. And I was like, I mogged the reading the mind and the eyes test. And he said, really? What was your score? I said, hang on real quick. I'll take it again. I took it again and I got like a fucked up score. I got like 52% or something like that. And I said, well, that doesn't really matter. That test isn't valid. I'm going to do the RADS R again. And then I did the RADS R and scored like 2 points below the minimum threshold. And I was like, damn, wait a second. This test says I definitely don't have autism. Maybe I have autism. But like the one that really struck out to me was like, do people tell you that you speak about inappropriate things? And I'm like, yes, but I also feel like that's it mostly happens because I'm a streamer. I don't talk about this shit in day-to-day life unless, you know, we got a great rapport. But then also secondarily, I'm like, everybody else is wrong. Like, I'm not talking about the fact that you get a boner when you wake up isn't gross. That's just I don't know what to say. Like, it's the human body, man. If I was like talking about bodies being mashed into like a meat grinder or something like that, like that's a different story. But like it happens. You wouldn't say it to the daycare dads? Yeah, but the reason I wouldn't say it to the daycare dads is because it's something that you don't say. Like that's and maybe that's masking, man. I don't know because I'm calling it all into question now. But like I know that it's something you don't say, but from base principles, it doesn't make sense to me that it's inappropriate to talk about. It's inappropriate to talk about like, hey, nice to meet you, you know? Don't you think it's funny that we all get boners when we wake up? Like you don't just launch with that. But like when I have a connection with somebody and we've been friends for a while, it seems weird that that's something inappropriate to talk about. That's not masking, that's locking in. Hey T, you do this RADS R test? One second. You can strum a guitar. There's a slide guitar. You can bend a note. You can pick a guitar. These are ways to interact with a guitar, bro. Guitar playing techniques. Gate, lounge, food court, clock, some shit in the airport. Okay, wait. I got something here. Carousel coaster, teacup, food court. No, these are things that I was gonna say shit in an amusement park, but I think it might be shit that goes around in a circle, man. Pancake clock, frisbee record. Hang on, this is all gonna become clear. Oh, fuck you, bitch! A pancake doesn't spin. A carousel spins. Oh, fuck you. Candelabra, I'm thinking like some shit from Beauty and the Beast. People affected by the witch's curse in Beauty and the Beast. Yes, man. Okay. Carousel is the baggage carousel. Oh. Airport features. We get there. Kate, I know you're not on Reddit, but because, you know, we've been to Disneyland a few times in our lives, it serves me r/Disneyland posts every single day. Let me give you my impression of the Disneyland subreddit every single day. Top post, a picture from the line of there being a lot of people in line to go into Disneyland. The comments saying shit like, wow, it's really busy. Me pooping, looking at my phone going, no shit, it's Disneyland. Like, what do you expect? It's one of the busiest places on earth, next to Disney World and Tokyo Disney. Also, like, you're in line. Like, you're the reason it's busy, bro. It doesn't make sense to me. You are the traffic. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. My farmer's market gets pretty busy. I was talking to Corey and Chibley about the farmer's market last night, too. First off, Corey insulted me. He said, "You don't strike me as a farmer's market sort of guy." I am a farmer's market sort of guy. I love supporting local businesses and artisans with cash only. But I think I said one of the realest things I've ever said in my life, which is I feel bad for the jewelry salespeople at the farmer's market, but I also feel like I've got to be the 9,000th person walking past them and smiling without buying anything, so they should be used to it by now. I'm sorry. I'm not going to the farmer's market to buy a piece of artisan, like, woven jewelry. I'm there to buy tamales, pierogies, baklava, maybe some baked goods, something like that. Maybe some apple cider. It's all food. It's 100% food. Maybe some cheese from like Osuyus or something. My ass is not going to buy like a jade pendant or something. I don't mean to be rude to you. I'm just saying you should set your expectations appropriately. There's a glass maker at mine, and I'm like, dude, nobody's buying bongs at the farmer's market. I hear you, man. I hear you. It's kind of funny, though. Imagine. You know what I will buy at the farmer's market, though? I don't mind buying like housewares. Housewares is not what I'm looking for. Like household goods. Like I like buying some homemade soap from like a guy with like a maroon or a burgundy leather jacket type thing. You know, when he's holding like a bar of soap with like a bite out of it or whatever. And like he keeps talking to himself. You know what I'm saying? Does every farmer's market have a pickle guy? Yes, sir. I also feel bad because I keep going to like the chain store that sells local artisan goods, and I'm always like, man, these bowls look sick, and I almost buy like a wooden or ceramic bowl made by a local artist, and then I come to my senses and I go, wait a second, I've got 100 plates and bowls in my house already. I'm not trying to. Sorry, I'm being an asshole. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but I'm like, I'm sorry to say that I already got it. Like, I don't know really what if your passion is like pottery or making cookwares or something like that. Like, I get it, but I'm not gonna throw out my perfectly good bowls just to buy like another bowl. We got that stuff when we moved in. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Will do. Anyway, sorry. I was on connections. I'd love to buy the bowls, man. I'll never let them go. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here. Unasked for. Yeah, man. Unasked for. Yeah. The best part is you string them along for like 30 minutes. They start telling you the story about how they got into pottery, and you're like, wow, how much would like 12 of these bowls be? And then they tell you it's going to be like $472, and then you go, that's a fair price. Wait a minute. Oh, I already have 102 bowls in my house. I just remembered. Everybody on earth has more bowls than they could possibly need. What was I thinking? Nah, I'm not being a... Okay, I'm ready to play, Joel. I'm ready to play. Has the whole world gone mad? Cause of increased A's and decreased Z's, baby. Romantic dozen, roses, still competing. Flower, certain religious Jew, Hasid, help with the crime, a bet, skeleton piece, bone, 4 down in the chest. Rib. It was pretty good. He's a very spooky guy. Yeah, it is nice. I do love the farmer's market, though. But I was also telling Corey, the farmer's market kind of pisses me off because, like, I mean, I know this is how it works, but sometimes you buy something awesome, then you go to the farmer's market like the next week and they're not there. And then you go to the farmer's market the next week and they're not there again. And you're like, damn, maybe you should get like some kind of like stationary location, like a building where you can sell your wares. And then like maybe you could connect it to like a major public road or something like that, like some kind of store where I could go and and buy your stuff, because I'm kind of sick. I'm kind of sick of trying to buy more baklava, but the baklava lady's not at the farmer's market anymore, man. Or maybe she's at a different farmer's market. I don't know. Maybe she decided that the farmer's market where I originally saw her, that was like a one-off thing. But now I gotta download the Instagram app to follow the baklava lady so that I know where she's gonna be. Like, I got stuff to do. Yeah, he transferred her, bro. I don't need that on my conscience. Plus, the baklava was worth it, man. Then she's got to pay rent. Well, yeah, but she could just sell like more baklava to make up for it or whatever. You know what I mean? This shit's pissing me off, man. Because is anyone else made deeply uncomfortable by this image? Fuck, I am not neurotypical. The image is making me uncomfortable, but it's busting out of the border, man. It's too big. It can't breathe. It's suffocating, man. Get it out of there. There was the question that was like, are there textures other people don't seem to be bothered by that you find annoying if they touch your skin? And I said no, but in my head I was like, besides velvet, right? Because like nothing really bothers me texturally to touch, but velvet is really bad. But I thought like everybody was like that with velvet. They're like, it just feels weird, man. No. Porcelain? You're not beating the fucking allegations, man. Porcelain feels good. Velvet's fucked up. You aren't either? Bro, the test said I'm cool. The test literally said you're cool, don't sweat it. Styrofoam for me? Nah, skill difference. Styrofoam doesn't bother me. Does make kind of an annoying sound, but I'm not like covering my ears or anything. I'm beating the allegations. Plus, the test probably doesn't matter. How about cotton? Okay, I really don't like to touch cotton balls. I'll do it if I have to, but I really don't like it. You're cooked? I'm more neurotypical than you, okay? I'm more neurotypical than you. Even if I'm not beating the allegations, there's like grades to this shit, okay? They're gonna be like, maybe you got it, but it's like the cool kind. It's like the cool kind that makes you like really good at your job, but you can still like go out and eat all sorts of foods. You don't just have to like eat pepperoni pizza with ranch dressing on it all the time. They're gonna be like, you got the cool kind, for sure, man. I can tell. Spice chai. Does anyone have the Costco kind? Wait, that's me. 3.5 pounds of spice chai mix. Wait, they're relying on me. They're relying on me here. I don't know how much chai costs, man. I barely know what it is. It's like tea, but like, how can you have tea powder? That doesn't make sense to me. Either way, Why is it like a beer? This is so beer coated. This is definitely like Big Train Amber Ale type glass, man. They got the wrong. You're supposed to have like a different type of logo for this. I'm not talking about the contents of the glass. I'm talking about the glass itself is very like brew pub coated. Regardless, 3.5 pounds, $3. I'm gonna say it's $11.99. No, chai consumers are willing to spend more money. $13.99, $14.99. We take those. Not too bad. Thoughts on getting sunburned at the beach? Is it inevitable or just a sunscreen skill issue? It's a skill issue. As much as I'd hate to admit it, you have to put sunscreen on all the time. It's annoying, but you got to do it. It's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of the beach, to be honest. Like, I don't mind being at the beach, but like, there comes a point where it's like when we're going to the beach tomorrow, I'm like, I love the beach. And then like on the morning that we're going to the beach, I'm like, can't wear like normal clothes, gotta wear my swim trunks, gotta apply sunscreen like to my entire body, carry a bunch of shit, get to the beach, fight off like 8 German tourists to get a lounge chair that's not 17 miles away from the water, build a sandcastle, go in the water for like 30 seconds. The water, even if it's like the middle of August, the water is always too cold. Once you get out of the ocean, you gotta then apply more sunscreen. You go back like into your car, you've got sand everywhere, and then even though you showered in the morning and spent half the afternoon in the pool, you have to shower once you get home anyway. Like, it's an awful lot, man. Pools, though, pools are crazy. Pools go insane. Start with Pakistan today. Wow, it's every single time, man. Every single time. Any chance you're like Belize? Pretty close. Any chance you're Panama? That's adjacent. Oh, this should be easy. Colombia? Oh, the winner is Colombia. Pools suck. I love biking to the water and then jumping in the river. Yeah, you're right. That sounds like way better. Sounds way better than getting into like a climate controlled pool in a climate controlled room designed for like, swimming in. That's clean and has like no amoebas and shit in it. Clean? Well, it's cleaner than the fucking river. I don't know what kind of fucking nematodes are living in those bitches. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck you are, to be honest with you. Like, what the hell is this, man? Are you. Are you. Are you Lithuania or like Belarus? Not even close, bro. Are you Malaysia? Here we go. Are you. No. Are you Brunei? Yes! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's a big one. It looked like Michigan, bro. Are you Brunei? Anyone here from Brunei? You might be from Michigan. Is it true that if you live in Michigan and you don't drive an American made car, people will honk at you? Only real Michiganders, please answer that question. Yes, no. Yes, yes, no, no, no. No, no. No. It's an American brand. No, but they might judge you. Not in the Upper Peninsula, maybe in the Lower Peninsula. I got yelled at for having a Kia once. Dude, the people, listen, I understand buying local because I've been doing it a lot more lately ever since your country can't seem to go a week without making a joke about taking mine over. Even when they got the senators together that were like, we'd like to apologize. And then all the senators were like, we regret that things have become so acrimonious. And then another senator said, plus, we don't even want your country as the 51st state. We only want Alberta. And we said, listen up, buddy. You wasted your trip. You should not have invited Tim Kaine. You should not have invited that guy. He let the intrusive thoughts win and completely undid any goodwill that you had tried to create there, okay? Regardless, Tim Kaine and the membrane is real. I was thinking, what about a stream title that's like Peter Jackson if he drank the Lin-Manuel Miranda juice? Elijah, because Elijah Wood is in, I think it's kind of like, it's a bit hacky, but do they know in Michigan, no disrespect, again, I understand buying locally, do they know that the American-made cars tend to be worse than the cars that are not made in America, specifically Japan, though? Like, I don't want to become like a meme, but Car Japan is actually kind of like bat chest. At least Toyota. We get employee discounts. That's fair. And Mazda, that's true. Honda, I mean, I don't know. My dad drove some Hondas growing up and he had nothing but positive stuff to say, but apparently they fell from grace in terms of reliability. They're still reliable, but not the gold standard of reliability anymore, is what I heard. But my dad had a Honda Accord Coupe when I was in high school. It was like the closest thing to a sports car my dad ever had, and it was sick, man, and they loved it. They loved it so much they bought a CRV. And then after the CRV, they were like, let's upgrade, and they bought a Mercedes, and then they had to get their oil changed, and it was like $3,000, and they said, let's sell this Mercedes. And then they bought a Japanese car again. May 20th, 2005. I was seeing movies, bro. First off, this is going to be X-Men X3. It's going to be X-Men The Last Stand. What? 20th Century Fox opened to 100 million, not an X-Men movie in 2005? Oh, it's Revenge of the Motherfucking Sith, bro. Starring Hayden Christensen. It's either this or it's Shattered Glass. I'm not sure Shattered Glass opened to 150 mil, though. New Line Cinema, post Gold member, starring Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Lopez 05. I'm going to say that maybe this is Monster-in-Law. Okay, that's a big one. Yeah, I'm not beating the allegations. $34 million, week 2, Universal, starring Will Ferrell. This is definitely kicking and screaming. No, I feel like Queso getting the burgers right, where he keeps going, please, please don't know this next burger. And then he's like, that's Red Robin. Oh, no. Oh, shit, that's funny, man. Get this out of here. Lionsgate, $5 million for a total of $27 million, starring Don Cheadle from 05. It's a drama. It's probably Hotel Rwanda, but I'm not going to lean into it for the clip. That's a known movie. No, this is pre-Reign Over Me. Moving at the speed of life, we're bound to collide with each other. Holy fuck, it's Crash, man. Don Cheadle's top build in Crash? I would have assumed Sandra Bullock, but in post-September 11th Los Angeles. That's fucking funny. I loved this movie when it came out. To be fair, I was 16 years old, and this is deep. I loved it so much that for Christmas, I bought my mom the DVD But like, I think the movie was made for sanctimonious 16-year-olds, okay? I'm not gonna go to bat for it now. But the fact that they build it as post September 11th Los Angeles in 2005 is so fucking funny, man. Focus Pictures and Rogue. That's interesting. Starring Jet Li. Jet Li 05. Is this Hero? Is this House of Flying Daggers? House of Flying Daggers! Serve no master. A crime action movie. Jet Li, Morgan Freeman, Bob Hoskins. Bart's crew is in a car accident. Danny escapes and meets a blind, kind-hearted piano tuner who takes him in and uses music to free the fighter's long-buried heart. The Protector? I don't know it. Unleashed. Nah, I genuinely don't know it, man. Unleashed. Fair enough. First three were fucking funny, though. It sucks, but it rocks. Wasn't Piano Man? A blind piano tuner. Blind piano tuner. She's right behind me, isn't she? Imelda Staunton ass. Is that Imelda Staunton or that's Imelda? It looks like Judi Dench, but that's Imelda Staunton. Fuck. It's Judi Dench, bitch. Snowden and Notes on a Scandal. Let me think about this for a moment. I'm thinking it's going to be Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Looper, Bruce Willis. He's probably in a Expendables movie. Then from the Expendables, you go to Jason Statham. You take a Fast movie, find Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel takes you to the Chronicles of Riddick 2004. Judi Dench is in that. Judi Dench is in that, and then Notes on a Scandal. Time, 33 seconds. Juno Temple from Sin City, A Dame to Kill For. That was pretty fast, at least, man. That was pretty quick. How do you know these people? You just sort of pick stuff up when you've been around as long as a fella like me has, man. I think this is PUBG. This is DayZ. Metacritic score of 75. Days gone by. Because Corey here, I know he played that. It's the bitter love of the family. Is it Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl? Is it Stalker Clear Sky Prologue? It's Stalker Clear Sky, man. It did look like PewDiePie's bridge, the bridge of Felix Kjellberg. As I call it, the Felix Kjellberg Memorial Bridge. Come on. It did, though. I don't know what you want me to say. It looked like they were going in North Georgia, man. Librarian, do not pull that up. What's the memorial for? It's the bitter love of the family. Something like that. Family Matters type stuff. That's like neon white. That's like No More Heroes. Imagine No More Gyros, man. That wouldn't be good. Gambler. Monokuma Danganronpa. There he is, man. He's letting that shit hang there. Danganronpa. There it is. Trigger Happy Havoc. Danganronpa is age restricted, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to watch it. That's Tekken Tag Tournament. That's Tekken Tag Tournament 2. Easy enough. Take me to guess. Tekken. Game. Pocket Fighter. Pokemon trading card game Pocket. Dude, we found one of those Pokemon card vending machines this weekend. And Kate was like, should we buy some cards? And I was like, let's not do it. And then she said, okay, that's fine. And then like 5 minutes later, she was like, let's go over and just see if there are any in the machine. Because online, they're all sold out. And I said, you know what? Okay. I've said my piece, but she's her own woman. She can do whatever she wants. We went over to the machine. Everything was sold out. There were like 90 SKUs in the machine, and every single one of them was totally sold out to the bone, man. That's insane. I did see a video of like a card store that had the machine, and there was like, I think Dan would love the video, man. Because there was a lineup of like 15 people outside of the card store waiting for it to open. And they're looking through the glass, and a dude who works at the card store walks up to the machine and goes like, beep, 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 and then like puts his credit card into it, and then the machine goes like dunk, 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 and then it all just goes sold out, and he carries the stuff into the staff room. It's so good. And all the people in the line are like, what? No! Scalpers are putting GPS trackers on the resupply trucks. The thing that's cool about money is that you get it for like adding value to society. It's like when you do work, basically it's a way for us to turn our time into like a fungible, transferable unit that you can then use. You can store the value of your time in something and then transfer it to somebody else in exchange for goods and services. So I respect that then. They must be adding a lot of value to the economy, man, by buying all those Pokemon cards. I bet it's fun though. I'm not a scalper, but I bet it's fun. Because like you could spend like an hour a day reconciling the moral quandary of like slurping excess capital out of the system. And then you got like another like 8-9 hours to just be like, whatever. It's a living. It's not like I'm doing anything too special. Like, you know, didn't you scalp 3 Switches? No, we bought a bunch, but we're going to distribute them to our friends, man, as gifts. And then tax write-offs. You wouldn't get it. It's called business. So it's not a board game. That's the first thing we need to know. And it didn't come out last year. Is there a game where you're a baby or something? Baba is you. It's a bird view game. Perhaps a strategy bird view game, like an XCOM Enemy Unknown. Came out in that period. Possibly a strategy game. You know what I'm thinking, man? I'm thinking this shit might be like Mario Rabbids. Like Kingdom Battle. No? Not on the Nintendo Switch, bro. Probably should have looked at that first. It doesn't have elements of science fiction or warfare. That's crazy. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what it could be, to be honest with you. Maybe like Divinity Original Sin 1. Damn, it is from 2013, and we got a green here. That's pretty nice. I'd love a clue, because I'm kind of stumped. It's an action. Is it Don't Starve? Oh, it fit the fucking bill, dude. What do you mean don't, how about Don't Starve Together? That's probably not from 2013, though. It's also definitely made by Clay, now that I think about it. It literally is all green on this one, man. So it's isometric action horror survival sandbox open world game. Like I don't know what any of these games look like. Like 7 Days to Die. That's a first person and third person, Andy. What's the other? Oh, maybe it's Zomboid, man. Maybe it's Project Zomboid. Yes! All three on GameDeal is insane. You know what's, I don't know what's going on with the website here. You know what's crazy about Project Zomboid, man? Didn't they like get robbed, lose all the source code for their game, and then just like remake it from scratch? That's crazy. It was a flood. And everyone was like, that's so, all the first year comp sci students, that's so stupid, man. They need to have some kind of source and version control. Yeah, well, it's so stupid they made like $50 million off of it. So I gotta say, man, they're just built different. Project Zomboid kind of built different for that one. They're not wrong though. Yeah, but they work at the bank. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Appeal to disaster. Nah, I work at Lowe's. This is an honest question. Do you have to like have you have to be handy to work at a hardware store? So I feel like every time I go to the hardware store, the salesman is like so excited to talk to me about the project that I'm doing, and I have to be like, you got the wrong guy. Like I think one of the last times I went, I was like, I need a ladder. And he was like, okay, follow me to the ladder section. And then he was like, what kind of work you doing? Like, how big do you need the ladder to be? And I was like, oh, fuck, I didn't do my research, man. I'm like, I needed to be like big enough to reach my smoke detector. And they're like, how high up is it? How many feet? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe like 1.5 of me up, I guess. He knew that I wasn't the guy for him. I told you the story of how I got mogged buying rat poison at Home Depot, right? Like I was in the rat poison section, and then a dude came by and was like, do you need any help? And I said, I don't think so. We got rats, so I'm looking for rat poison. And he said, oh, you're not going to get him with that. And then he took me to like a locked cabinet and was like, it was actually like when John Wick gets weapons at the Continental. He was like, that stuff doesn't really work that well. That's like, those are placebos. Here's what you want. And it had like a nuclear bomb on the front with like a rat with X's for eyes. It was kind of sick. And he was right, man. Like it got the job done. It got the job done. I've been feeling a little different ever since too, but can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Don't poison. Oh, you shouldn't kill rats. You should tell them to stop taking a shit in my barbecue then, and I'll stop exterminating the species from my fucking yard, okay? If you could tell them to stop dumping their fucking diseased shit inside of the place where I cook food, then we wouldn't have a fucking problem, man. Just for that, you're getting Puck Doku, virtue signaler. St. Louis and Philadelphia, that's an easy one, man. I'm thinking that's Chris Pronger. Chris Pronger, $100 million. Chris, $100 million is actually not a lot of money, Pronger. You don't get it. No, you're not listening. When you're an NHL player, you also have to pay an agent. You also have to pay taxes. Plus, you've got to like buy food to live on. It's actually not that much money when you realize it costs money to survive on planet Earth. Sorry, you guys might not be familiar with the context. St. Louis, 1990 to 2000. Maybe you've heard of him. Wayne Gretzky. When you ask him what country he's from and he gives you the Wayne Gretzky stare. New York Islanders, 90 to 2000. I got to say like Roman Hammerlick. Was he even on them in the fucking... Chara was, I think. Chara was back then, man. Now, Hammerlick was definitely on the Lightning back in the day. That's a given. That's Roman Hammerlick right there. Okay, everything else, who really cares, man? Although this one's a given. I'd probably go Dan Boyle for this one. People are still repping Dan Boyle, aka Mark Ruffalo. Anyway, take me to Movie Grid. Welcome to Movie Grid. Double letter word and title, Reese Witherspoon. Yeah, it's going to have to be Sweet Home Alabama. How many Sweet Home movies are there, man? 3 or more word in title. 3 or more word in title, people. I mean, there's some gimmies, man. Like Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde. But what Reese Witherspoon, she's in like Cruel Intentions. She's in Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde. She's into NFTs, I remember that. Wasn't she like promoting gender equality through like egalitarian crypto projects or something like that? Like she was backing female Web3 founders and stuff? I can't remember. She was doing some complicated stuff. Like she was creating like equitable and accessible environments in the metaverse or something like that, if I remember correctly. Whatever, I'm sick of you. Spielberg, double letter word and title. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's easy. That's probably the easiest thing in the world to come up with. Let's go Munich, 05 to 2025. I'm pretty sure that's an 05 jam. 3 or more words in the title, Steven Spielberg. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Just kidding. It's a really good movie, as you probably know. Double letter word and title, E.T. The Extraterrestrial. Oh, I thought I was a genius. I thought people were going to be like, E.T., that's a stupid ass answer. There's whatever. Jurassic Park is going to be number 1, but still. Hook. Oh, Hook. This Spielberg kid, he's made some good movies. I'm always like, I don't glaze Spielberg that much. And then I look at his filmography and I go, damn, actually, he did some really good stuff. Temple of Doom? Yeah, well, you know, even a great watch is wrong now and then. He was cooking on Jaws, man. I still can't believe Revenge of the Sith has a higher Letterboxd score than Jaws. That shit's pissing me off. Chris Pratt, double letter word and title. That'll probably be like The Tomorrow War. Great movie if you were stupid and suck at watching movies. 3 or more word title from Chris Pratt. I'd probably say The Tomorrow War. Probably say Jurassic World Dominion. Why not, man? Released from 05 to 20. I'm realizing as I get older, man, there's a lot of actors I actually like don't care for. I don't really care for Chris Pratt. Don't really care for The Rock. Don't really care for Ryan Reynolds. Kind of getting sick of Pedro Pascal, although he seems affable and based outside of his work, for sure. He is in Moneyball. He plays Scott Hatteberg in Moneyball, but Scott did most of the heavy lifting by like existing, so his character could be based on him. They all decide to be in slop. I don't get it. I think I get it, but I don't respect it anymore. I think like a few years ago, I kind of respected it. It's like, hey, it's just nice to have like consistent work. But now I'm like, yeah, but you could be working and like you're already insanely rich. You could be working, still being rich and getting paid a lot of money, but not being in pure garbage. But maybe like you're just like a mercenary, I guess. You're like, I don't really care what I'm in. Why would they care? Well, I don't know. Maybe they want to go like. That's why I respect Timothy Chalamet, man. A lot of people, particularly like sports gambling addicted Barstool sports fans, were like, I don't respect Timothy Chalamet for getting on stage and saying, I want to be one of the GOATs. That's why I respect Timothy Chalamet, man. He has ambition to like make great movies, not just to like be the center of like a tentpole release. Now, I do hope that they franchise A Complete Unknown because there's lots of Bob Dylan stories yet to be told. But the dude got on stage and said, I want to be one of the greatest actors of all time. We need more of that attitude, man. Because I really don't give a shit how much money Chris Pratt has. Like, be in a good movie, buddy. Okay, Moneyball came out like 13 years ago. Then he did Wonka. Well, I razzed Wonka, but I thought people like mostly liked it. Plus, Chris Pratt's literally like 51. He's a 51-year-old realtor phenotype, and Timothy Chalamet's like 12 years old. He can be in a kid's movie. That's fine. 05 to 20. Oh, how about Jurassic World? Fallen Kingdom. He puts that shit on everything, man. He's 30 plus. He's not 30 plus, okay? He's 30. But also he was in Lady Bird, so he's 14. It's crazy. You go from like public figures, you go from like 18 to 30 so fast. It's in like 3 years. But then you stay in your 30s for like 4 decades. Like I made a joke about Chris Pratt being 51. There's no shot he's 51. He's probably like 27. That doesn't make sense now that Julianne Moore is a perfect example. How fucking old are you, Julianne Moore? You've been famous since like 1992. And you look 45. I don't know. You maybe you look 50, 53. You've been rocking it forever, man. She's 64 years old. That's crazy, man. And you don't see Julianne Moore in fucking Jurassic World Dominion or Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom or shit like the Tomorrow War. Was she in Far From Heaven, Paul Thomas Anderson shit, May December, Gloria Bell, The Big Lebowski, Children of Men, bitch, Children of Men. Okay, it's not a good example because she was in Jurassic Park 2, but that she was younger then. She was Timothy's age at that age, man. She's in a lot of old people slop. When the movie isn't science fiction with a gimmick. Sorry, I'm crashing out at Hart in the Discord because he asked me he asked us if Mickey 17 is girl slop. And then everyone went, can you not? Or no, he called it wife slop. That's right. And then we all went, please don't use that word. And also, if anything, it's dude slop. A science fiction, like, comedy, essentially. A comedy in space, that's dude slop, bro. Science fiction with a gimmick is dude slop. That doesn't mean it's not without merit, but it's dude slop. Go ahead, ask a 25-year-old dude what his favorite movie is, but then right when he's about to answer, say, and you can't say Interstellar. He's going to say, The Umbrellas of Schoenberg. Oh, have you seen it? Oh, it's on my watch list. Listen, buddy, fuck you and the Chris Pratt you wrote in on. Sorry, I'm stalling because I can't think of a Reese Witherspoon. Okay, Legally Blonde. Legally Blonde, red, white, and blonde. I don't know, man. Reese Witherspoon. Oh, she's in Just Like Heaven with Mark Ruffalo. Is she also in... I think I have 2 movies confused, okay? Is she in the Ricky Gervais movie where he's a ghost? Or is that Jennifer? No, it's not Jennifer Garner. Who's the female lead in the Ricky Gervais ghost movie? She is in The Invention of Lying. No, Jennifer Garner's in The Invention of Lying. That's right. The Ricky Gervais movie is Téa Leoni? Really? That doesn't sound right. I'm going to look it up. Even though 1,000 people type Téa Leoni. I've seen the movie. I think I would remember her being in there. Ghost Town, 2008. Allow Google to access your location? Nah, bro, it's chill. I'm at my PC right now. Ghost Town. Yeah, Taya Leone, man. You're not joking. Taya Leone. So I'm selecting all pictures with chimneys if you guys don't mind. I'm not a big Reese Witherspoon head. I really like Election. Apart from that, I could take her or leave her.
Honeybee, a noun meaning a honey
Sorry.
porridge, a noun meaning a soft food made.
It's fucking Aesopian series of words today.
Bowie, a biographical name meaning James 1796.
Was hoping.
Excellent, an adjective meaning very good of its. Bawl, a verb meaning to cry out loudly and unrestrained.
Pretty good, Fokker. Pretty good.
Aqueous, an adjective meaning of, relating to.
Tough word. Aqueous is a tough word.
Ligament, a noun meaning. Emulsify, a verb meaning to.
I don't really know what it means. Something to do with eggs, right?
Dinero, a noun meaning money. Coin originates from Spanish.
Is it really just... Oh, it's Dinero, right?
Gibbous, an adjective
Gibbous.
meaning marked by convexity or.
I know all about gibbous. Lunar type shit. It's not even in English? That's what I'm saying, man.
Gypsophila, a noun.
Whatever. We got our extra point. He's fucking crazy. Hey, spell check broke. They'll fix it one day, man. One day they'll fix it. I don't want to talk about the devil's plan. Okay, first thing, no spoilers, no spoilers. But like, I think we're on like episode 5 or episode 6 or something like that of season 2 of the devil's plan. First 5 episodes, I have no problem with any of these people. They're all just playing the game. Maybe the alliances are getting a little stale, but whatever. Episode 6, fuck 2 contestants in particular. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say who because I don't want to spoil it for you if you haven't gotten there either because the episodes are 2 hours long. But fuck 2 contestants in particular. What the fuck are you doing? You can't do that, man. And you're going to say, oh, because they wanted to target the person that you want to win. No, man, because they're flipping and flopping. They're flipping and flopping nonstop. I was crashing out a little bit in the Discord, and then someone said, it gets even more aggravating after that. And I said, I'm excited. I'm excited now. Chili paste. Chili paste. Chili paste. I feel like I want to say chili paste is from China. Could be from Indonesia. Cold! Where is this chili paste from, man? This is the stuff you're at a Chinese restaurant. They have a plastic container of this with a spoon in it that nobody has put in their food for like months. But then you pull the top off and it goes like, and then you go, is it really not from China or Indonesia? I actually have no idea. Where do they eat spicy food in Europe? I mean, paprika is like a Hungarian thing because my dad's cooking goulash all the time. It's a Hungarian chili paste known for its bold flavor. It translates to strong Steve in English. I am Steve. Of course, it's a yum. Maybe it's a different chili paste. I am Eros Pista. Rice water pumpkin. Pumpkin. Hearty porridge. Rice water pumpkin. It doesn't look Korean. Shallots, garlic, fish, or meat. It looks like a Turkish type of soup. Ice cold. Never mind. This shit is from chili paste, salted fish, chili paste. Maybe Indonesia. They love to put Indonesia, man. Coconut milk in Turkey? Bro, we live in a fucking global world. When you find out banh mi isn't like an ancient Vietnamese sandwich, but the shit was invented in like 1978 or something like that? Not anymore? Well, we still live in a global world. You guys just south of us, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen to you, but we're still getting all sorts of shit. Like the ports are still full here. If anything, they might be even a little bit busier because we're real close to Seattle, so they don't have to adjust the nautical charts that much. But I would yum that. I'm not a big pumpkin head, but I would yum it. This, on the other hand, I'm not totally sure. Licorice coated in chocolate? Yeah, we're going to start with like a Finland on that. That's ice cold? Yeah, I know. That's why they go to the sauna. Snack, dessert, or confectionery treats? I mean, Russia is not ice cold compared to Finland. I'm going to resist making the weather joke again. Coconut. Indonesia, not really north of Finland though. Chocolate bullets, Australia? Chocolate bullets. You know what? I'm not going to virtue signal. I'm not a big yogurt head, but I would at least try it. I mean, licorice head. I'm a pretty big yogurt head. Chocolate bullets. History quickly crashing through your veins. Hot yogurt take? Don't put those two words together. I love yogurt, man. Yogurt and granola is the vibe when having a hearty breakfast is sort of what the function calls for. You know what I mean? Always after food yesterday, we should put scrandle in there. UEFA Women's Euro 2022. It's a pretty good looking pizza. I don't know if I call it like where's the Gordon Ramsay trying to make a episode about Wembley Stadium? Where's the fucking basil? Where's the basil, mate? Margarita pizza. Right, straight off. No fucking basil. No fucking basil. How do they say it? Anyway, we're going barbecue skewers for sure. Pizza looks fine though. Lamb Rogan Josh. I don't like I'm at the risk of flanderizing myself. You have to recognize. You don't have to stop, but you have to recognize that the Indian curries on top of French fries is fucked up. It's messed up, England. And it pisses me off even more because of the fact that whenever there's poutine, it like scores poorly in Scrandle. When it's literally just exactly the same as like all the other dishes that are being presented. It's kind of just chicken and fries with a sauce. Yes, that's why it's weird, man. We don't do that in like the rest of the world. I'm speaking for like the rest of the world, man. Why are they always eating such messy food at the stadium? Well, I will put respect on them because they seem to be like not making a mess. In North America, we probably couldn't be trusted with this. Aren't you Canadian? Yeah, but like the only people who eat poutine are people who are hungover, people who are gonna be hungover in like 12 hours, and like the 14-year-old designated hitter on the softball team in between the two legs of a doubleheader. Like it's not a very common food item for like adults to consume very often. But it is tasty. I can't disagree with that. They have it at Costco. They got lots of shit at Costco I don't buy. I'm not buying licorice all sorts either, man. I don't know. Honestly, all of these, I'd probably still go with the lamb Rogan Josh. I can't believe this. I mean, that's just they're offended at the price. Otherwise, it looked okay. Sausage, chips, and gravy, pie and mash. Again, I gotta go sausage, chips, and gravy on that one. It's just the green sauce. It just is like it looks unappetizing to me. Loaded roast potatoes. If this was from Canada, British people would give it like a 6 on Scrandle, but because it's from England, it's gonna have like an 81. But I gotta admit, this looks all right, man. A little heavy on the fuck you sauce or whatever they call it. Bitchin' sauce, coated our signature hand battered fried chicken served on russet potato skin on loaded french fries with fuck your mother sauce. You'll want to slap your mother, the sauce is so good sauce. Plymouth Argyle bacon double cheeseburger. Honestly, you know my position on this. It just looks like it's too much. But a lot of people might like it, even though the burger is like hairy for some reason. The burger has a white beard. Chicken tikka fries. I mean, I'm noticing the theme today, but I think that this looks all right. Yeah, I'm not fucking with the millennial restaurants. The fuck you sauce is pissing me off, man. It's got to be. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I would eat the hot dog. It could use some mustard to just like a little bit of color contrast, but I would still eat it. I don't know what is this in the kebab, man? Is that chicken or like halloumi? Maybe it's halloumi. I would eat it either way. Radish. Crunchy ass fucking kebab, man. Actually, what is this? What's the particulate? That's the meat. We take it anyway. 9%, kind of crazy, but bad burger, sticky rice and coconut. I mean, the burger looks really bad. I think people will be more offended by the bad burger. The rice just sort of exists, but waffle with Nutella looks a little decrepit, if we're being honest. I go jerk chicken on that one. I'm a little surprised. I think that waffle looks like absolute shit, to be honest. But this at least, like, they both look like they were generated by Stable Diffusion. But at least there's like more colors going on here. Chicken box versus Ruby Special. This is one where I think I'm going to vote for this 100%. But I'm asking you honestly, and we can meet in the middle on this as human beings. Does this look tasty to you? Like, if this came out on a plate, would you be like, yum, I'm glad I ordered that? Because to me, this looks like a mission, and I mean that in an insulting way. Like, this looks like they're trying to overwhelm me. They're trying to shock and awe me with food. Seems like we got like 50-50. It's not virtue signaling. I'll eat some unhealthy food. I'll eat like 2 handfuls of jelly beans right now on camera, man. But like, this is just, I don't know. I don't like when the restaurant wants me to like admit that I'm an animal, you know? I know I'm an animal, but like, can you serve me in like an elevated fashion? Like, the all-day breakfast is fine. It's when they put the all-day breakfast inside of like one bun so that as soon as you bite it, it's like when they bite into like a dynamite burger in Looney Tunes and like it explodes and then it like blows their hair back and stuff. And then they like open their mouth and then like one of their teeth falls out or something like that. Like, it's not like 90%. It wouldn't be me. That's all I'm saying. Good day though. 9 out of 10. That's what I'm saying. If If it was good, why would they put 4 kinds of meat in it? If the beef was good, they wouldn't need to put 2 breakfast sausages, 6 pieces of bacon, and whatever else was in it, man. The onion rings on the burger, 1 onion ring on the burger, I'll allow for the crunch, but I'd rather have the rest on the side. You might like betweenal. You know what? We've been keeping an open mind lately. Betweenal. Guess the secret word between 2 hidden words. Let's give it a chance, man. Guess the secret word between 2 words. Dictionaries are sorted in alphabetical order. Entering words tells you if the secret word is placed in the dictionary before or after the word. Orange dot tells you if the secret word is closer to the top or the bottom. Up, secret word is placed after entered word. Down, secret word is placed after. Okay, number 12 tells you the distance. It's 12% of the words from the whole dictionary away. Play, I'm ready. Guess the word. Okay, shark. How do I interpret this? So I'm 17% of the dictionary away on the bottom, which means it's lower than I am right now. It's a bit before, it's not after shark, it's a bit before shark. It's before shark by 17%. 17% is about 1/6 of the alphabet. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. 4.5 letters before S. Maybe like an O or a P. Let's try something like prize. Okay, we want to go a little earlier than that. 6% is about 1/16. We want to move like a letter and a half. And N, probably a N, something like niece. Okay, now we're 2.1% from the top, so we want to go a little further down. We want to go a little further down. Maybe it's Nunya? Nurse? 1% away. I'm going to guess in that case it's probably early P. Probably like pains. Closer to N. Naiads. That's not on the list. Maybe I guess it's an O word. How about ocean? This, I'm just trying to interpret. It's slightly below ocean, right? It's 0.7% away from ocean, but below. Okay, all right. Opera. Shit. Omits. Oh, shit. Omega. Yeah, dude. Okay, wait. Betweenal's kind of sick. Betweenal's kind of like up my alley. You were right on that one. I'm going to add it to the list. Put that in the Wordle list. We got to really, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't really watch anybody else stream the dulls because I do them myself. But I think I might have the most comprehensive list of great dulls. We got a fucking golf game in our dulls now, man. We got trivia. We got Wikipedia trivia. We got food. Angle. We got rattle. We got cerebral ones. We've got brain rot ones. Like we're running the whole gamut, man. I should know this, man. In the ancient viral, it's not ancient, it's 20 years old. In the ancient viral SNL song Lazy Sunday, Parnell and Sandberg extol the virtues of cupcakes from what bakery? Rose Bakery. Paul Thomas Anderson film. This is Magnolia Bakery. I should have known it by a mile, man. Magnolias. Oh. What Pacific country was the site of the Battle of Guadalcanal? Philippines? Nope. What if I told you it was named by the discoverer's countrymen who thought it might hold biblical amounts of riches? Biblical amounts of riches. Guadalcanal. The South Pacific. Well, not South Pacific, the Pacific. Biblical amounts of riches. I want to say, is it crazy to say it's Christmas Island? Christmas is biblical. As many riches as a certain wise temple building king. Guys, I don't know. King Solomon. King Solomon. Can I say I have a bone to pick with Thrice? The whole reason that you have 3 clues in Thrice is so that the first one can be about a category. The second one can be about a different category that points at the same answer. And the third one can be about a third category that points at the same answer. Now, the first one was about World War II, fair enough. But the last 2 were both about religion, okay? That's not, that to me, that's a violation of the unspoken terms of Thrice. Now give me some hockey questions. You want to try the official state soft drink of Nebraska, you generally have to mix it yourself. What is it? Swamp water. Steve, inspired by Jell-O, the Kool-Aid maybe? Kool-Aid makes sense. Thought maybe it was swamp water. I'm not saying you drink swamp water in Nebraska. I'm talking about when you mix multiple sodas together. I guess Kool-Aid is a soft drink, but I don't really think about it that way. The Upper Air Laboratory was founded at what university that has since sent instruments to every planet in the solar system? It's the JPL, man, at Caltech. Fuck you, bitch! Are you serious? Non-California state at a science museum in a non-California state that's also home to a school of mines. University, Alaska. While rafting through the Grand Canyon, Colorado. What the fuck is Colorado doing in space, man? I guess they are a mile high. George Dandan, or the Abashed Husband, was a characteristically titled play by what 17th century dude born Jean-Baptiste Poquelin? Olivia Wilde? Quelle ironie. Who died of TB complications shortly after performing as the titular hypochondriac in The Imaginary Invalid? Candide? That's not the dude who wrote that shit, man. That's Voltaire. Candide is the fucking dude. It's not even him. It's Moliere, bro. I got my ass beat today. I got 5 points on Thrice, man. Hard Thrice today. Sort these big box chains by when they were founded, starting with the most recent. That's crazy. I feel like Nordstrom might be one of the most recent. And then I feel like Macy's is going to be among the oldest. I'm pretty sure Best Buy is from like the 70s. Walmart is earlier than that. Home Depot, let's say it's in there. And I don't know, IKEA. I'm going to try this. So I basically got lucky, if we're being honest. Which one is the most recent? I gotta feel like Home Depot is newer than Walmart, which means these then have to be swapped. What's wrong with you, man? We get those. My Firefox is freaking out, dude. When you tap Alt in PoE. I'm not gonna play Poople, man. Macy's in 1852. You could literally just like be a dude and make a store back then. There weren't fucking like forms or whatever. Those were the days, man. You could just be like, I'm selling shit. That was disorderly. Then we do juxtastat. Higher percentage of residents who are citizens by naturalization. I don't know what that means. I'm going to say Texas. Higher percentage of units with expensive rents. Anaheim's, I mean, I imagine they're both expensive. Turtle ass fucking gerrymandered district. Turtle ass congressional district. I got to assume Anaheim's still more expensive. Higher percentage of people working in educational services. All right, this is where I pick Akron, and then you tell me that College Station is actually where like Texas Christian University is. Okay, go ahead, type it. Just type it right now. Type it. Texas A&M is there. Right. Yeah. Okay. Texas A&M is there. All right, fair enough. Higher percentage of people who rent. Suburbs of Charlotte. Higher percentage of Generation Z gamers. Anaheim. Whatever. Literally, nobody cares about your hockey team. Take that. That's how I feel about that. Nerdle, word grid, we're back. Does your hockey team have a movie? It has a documentary. Oh, man. Five-letter word that contains an L. I assume. Cilia. That's a big one today. Finally. Five-letter word that contains S and D. Your mom. Just kidding. Stayed. I'm surprised. 0.71, you fucking nerds. Contains ta. Calcs. You guys are fucking nerds. Six-letter word that contains an L. Cilium. Now we're talking. Six-letter word that contains an S and a D. Diocese. Where's the 1 in 200 motherfuckers who are typing diocese? You're not supposed to know what that shit is, man. I'm not supposed to know what that shit is, so how do you know what that shit is? Contains ta. Six-letter word contains ta. Talmud. We'll take those. Starts with an F, contains an L. Fallopianic. Fallopianish. Of a filial quality. 0.65 on filial! Are you serious, man? These are some antediluvian ass words. Okay, fastidious is going to get a lot here, so we don't rock that. We play Frankenstein, as in to be turned into a Frankenstein. Frankenstein. My take on this is that this is a word because even if it's not in the dictionary, you know what it means. So it's a word. If I said, oh, that guy, he got Frankenstein, you would say, he died and then his corpse was reanimated with bolts in his neck. And I would say, that's exactly right. We don't need to involve Merriam and Webster in this, in my opinion. We don't need to involve the Oxford University. Finasteride. I'm a little surprised it's 0.14, but we take those either way. We take those. Bald moment. Starts with F, contains ta. Frankentaco. A taco made with, okay, that one might be pushing the boundaries a little bit. It's a little obvious, but I feel like frittata is okay. 3.8% on frittata! No, no! Fajita, sure, but frittata? Another word for being wasted. Drunk. Change one letter in drunk to get a part of a tree. Trunk. Body part that shares its name with a type of trunk. Food most associated with trunk. Nothing in trunk. Sport that starts with a trunk. What they call a trunk in England? A boot. Country sometimes referred to as the boot. Italy. Food most associated with Italy. Pasta. Body part that shares its name with a type of pasta? Orecchiette. Elbow. Remove 2 letters from elbow to get something you do in the military. Bow. That's not going to be it. Elbow blank. Something hard to get on an airplane. Sport that starts with an elbow. Nothing in elbow. Well, you can't remove 2 letters from elbow and get something that's a 4-letter word. Elbow blank. Something hard to get on. Elbow room. Room service. Something found in a hotel. Remove 2 letters from service to get something you do in the military. Sport that starts with a serve. Tennis. Nothing in tennis. Love. Die! That was a good one today. Rattle went a little easy on us today, and I appreciate that. Bracket City could never, man. If the person who invented Bracket City is in this chat, I apologize, but I think Rattle ate your lunch, man. What happens when you send an engineer to do a witch's job? It's literally the same thing. Not Rattle's better. You wouldn't get it. You're an engineer. A lot of people are saying this is the best of all the modern dulls. Not me, but a lot of people. I'm saying under 50 is a blessing. How is this even a dull? Just because it doesn't use words, you don't think it's a dull? It's a randomized small browser game that changes every single day. How is it not a dull, man? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't get it. That's a hell of a shot, man. That's really hard. Maybe like Against the Wall, like that Peter Bjorn and John song. I don't think we're scooting up that way. Good album. Lots of good tracks on that album, man. It's not just a whistle song. You into Alison Krauss? No, man. No. I'm old. I'm not that old. Fuck you. Hold. That's gonna hold. That's gonna hold. It's gonna hold on that one. Oh. What's your biggest old guy trait? You mean besides paying with cash? I don't know. Kate, are you still here? What do you think my biggest old guy trait is? When I shave, I have to shave like the outside of my ears. Burping? Young guys like to burp too. Why? Because they fucking grow hair on them, dude. Yes! Hating QR code menus, not your virtue signaling. I don't mind the QR code menu. Doesn't bother me that much. You're gonna say, would you rather have QR or paper? I literally don't care. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. I have no opinion on QR code menus. You can sure me all you want. I genuinely, like, it doesn't even cross my mind, man. Sticky plastic menu? Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking, man. How about a Chinese restaurant that only has a menu up above the cash register, and then the pictures are clearly from like a different restaurant because they have perfect lighting? That's the shit right there, man. Surprisingly, well, let's not count our chickens yet, but a devilish start, but a pretty solid finish on that one. We locked in closer to the end. Trying to think of like old guy traits. Burping, going to bed early maybe is an old guy trait. And loving waking up early for sure. I don't know if this is an old guy trait or just a me thing, but like using the hotel coffee maker to make 2 cups of coffee at night and then putting them in the fridge so I have cold coffee in the morning. But that's one that I'll legit say, like, I honestly think it'll buff your quality of life at the hotel if you're a coffee guy. That helps out a lot, man. Because then you start your day immediately. Just get room service? Yeah, why would you like get 2 cups of coffee for free when you could pay like $30 for a carafe of coffee? You know what actually an old guy trait is? And I'm definitely leaning into this, and it's a lot of fun. Whenever somebody names a location in the city in which you live, immediately searching your brain for the cross street that it's on. And then going like, oh yeah, that one that's at like Kingsway and Fraser, doing some shit like that. And then if they go, oh no, it's actually more like it's around Victoria Drive, and you go, oh, over by like the Trout Lake Community Center, and then they go, yeah, like you find something, you go, yeah, okay. I love that, man. I love that shit. I do that all the time. And then, yeah, all the other millennials are like, Grok, can you please navigate to my parents' house? Buddy, I already know how to get there, okay? You got to go to the airport first. They're a long way away. It's time for angle, bro. Oh, shit. Today's rough. Italians love doing that, but then with wrong directions. Yeah, I've been to New York. They always say shit like, oh, that's the great thing about New York is like it's a grid system. The streets are one way and the avenues are the other way. And then you go, how do I get here? And they give you the directions. Then you walk it and you find out you're in fucking Alphabet City. They don't know how the fuck to get there. You got to open your GPS, man. Okay, so this would be 180. I think you're like a 168. I'm boiling, bro. How about 165? Wait, I moved in the wrong direction. Lock in. 171. Yes! He's actually done it. The first angle victory in history. World War II occupied territories, territorial disputes of Czechoslovakia, territorial disputes of Germany. It's the Sudetenland. Next. 1725 births, 1798 deaths, 18th century Italian novelists, translators of Homer, Marge? I have absolutely no idea. That's Casanova, bro. I almost said brand. That's Casanova? With that hairline? Dude would not make it these days. 1840 in New Zealand. Maori politics, race relations in New Zealand. What is the New Zealand Confederation? It's the Treaty of Waitangi. This picture goes insane. That's crazy, man. Is that a damn lobster? Used to be you could get a lobster for like a piece of paper or something like. I guess you still can. It's just the paper's worth a lot of money. Music of Louisiana, music of Texas, African American music, American folk music, Louisiana Creole culture, music of Louisiana. American folk music of Louisiana and Texas. I'm thinking big brass bands. I'm thinking like they did all the legwork, so now John Legend can get up on like Good Morning America on Christmas Eve and go dum. It's not like, maybe it is the Delta blues, man, but Delta blues are like more Mississippi. I gotta try. Zydeco, a music genre in rural Southwest Louisiana. Damn, I genuinely didn't know. Nelly, could have been Nelly. An eggplant dish from Greece and Egypt. It's called... I know it, man. It's not souvlaki. It's not tomates. It's not spanakopita. It's the other one. It's moussaka. Yes! It's like Worldla. I had to just pick around it. Okay. 1960s erotic dramas. Les Cousins Dangereux. Films about adultery in France. Last Tango in Paris. Belle du jour. Belle du jour. 20th century music genres, Mexican styles of music, regional Mexican songs, songs about drugs, Guantanamera, Narco Corrido. I don't know. These are tough, man. 1911 operas, Hungarian language operas. Dracula, Bluebeard's Castle. I'm getting my ass beat today, man. This is tough. Economic bubbles. Beanie babies. Beanie babies. That's a given. A 1990s economic bubble. 400s deaths, 490s births. Bro went Benjamin Button mode. He's a gay poet from Greece. 5th century BC Athenians. Ancient Greek poets. Any chance your ass might be Ovid? Sophocles. Oh, he did all the plays, man. He did all the plays. I'm stupid. All of them? He did the 3 that matter, man. Ovid is Roman anyway. What the fuck? Which ones? Oedipus Rex and like fucking Lysistrata and shit. He did all that shit, man. He did all that shit. It's crazy how this dude literally looks like a British football hooligan. Now, do you ever notice that? I feel like 15 years ago we would have been like, nobody looks like this anymore. But I'm like, now I feel like 1 in 30 people that I see looks pretty much exactly like this. It is Paul Mescal. This dude was in fucking After Sun, bro. Come on, Athens. Yeah, scores. Get some fucking triremes, Athens. Come on, Athens. All right, anyway. Let me slash marker this. I'm going to go pee. We'll come back and play some games. See you then. Hang on, we got to do Bandle. What's the agenda? Sophocles' ass statement. Come on, Corinth. What's the fucking agenda? What sports were they playing in Athens, man? Or was it all just like rhetoric back then? Come on, Aristotle, score some fucking rebuttals, mate. Oh, yeah, the naked wrestling. They were going throat to scrote back then. I've been told. Why are they British? Because bro looks like Paul Mescal. This sounds like Wanna Be Starting Something by Michael Jackson. Apparently that's not a big song. Actually, it kind of sounds like Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. What do we take those? When I bust up, don't stop till you get enough. Wonder how Dan feels about Michael Jackson. He's not from 1985, so I don't know. He might not be messing with him. He doesn't like old music like that. He only likes old music like the shit from Rocky IV, which came out 6 years later. Ooh, it's a hell of a beat, man. Ooh, down. They had that Nile Rodgers shit going on. Wait. Ooh. What a beautiful voice, man. That motherfucker could sing. I don't know if anybody's ever said this before. That dude could sing. That dude had a great voice. No shit. He was the king of pop, man. I didn't say any of the shit that you're typing, okay? But the dude knew how to sing. Quincy Jones was fucking it up too, man. Has anyone even come close? People are going to say Freddie Mercury, but I don't know, man. Michael's in a whole different stratosphere. Adele? Man, shut the fuck up. Mariah's a great singer. I'll give you that. Stupid ass ballad merchant. Call me when Adele writes like fucking PYT or something. Well, I don't know if he wrote it, but either way. Does Adele have any song that's not a ballad? I respect her as a singer. And I mean singer in the strictest sense of the word. You could take it positive or negative. Adam Levine, listen. I'm not fucking with Maroon 5, but that motherfucker can sing. I think if you're saying he's not a good singer, I think you're being dishonest. That doesn't mean that the music is good, but he's a great singer, or at least he has a beautiful voice. His voice sounds fake? No, bro, those are his tattoos. Just because he's evil, you guys are pretending that his voice isn't good. This is why I can't take you seriously. Because you don't give me your real opinion. You're like, didn't you see his leaked texts? Yeah, they were cringe. Have you heard his music? I also don't think his music is very good. But the motherfucker can sing. Can we be honest for like the first time in our lives? The dude's got a set of pipes on him. And his voice ain't half bad either. Avril Lavigne clears? Listen, bro, I'm kind of from Greater Napanee, and no, she doesn't. I was going to the Avril Lavigne concerts when she was singing Alison Krauss songs in like the 7th grade, okay? She doesn't have a voice like Adam Levine. I'm telling you, you don't want to go Avril for Avril with me. I got some stories that would bake your noodle. They're not salacious, but it would be like, I mean, they would be very mundane. But I was just going to say, you didn't know her when she was 11, okay? You're going to try to tell me I don't know Avril like you? Listen, buddy, you haven't seen her at the Mary Brown's Chicken in Napanee, okay? That's all I'm saying. Before she got replaced by the body double, listen, I don't know anything about that, okay? I wouldn't know anything about that. I was not the skater boy. I was like 2 years younger, which is an eternity back in the day. If I had to guess, I'd say Avril Lavigne was born in 1986. Can I get a check on that, please? No, 84? Really? 84, damn. She's unk. I didn't know Avril was unk. I do remember, it was like 7th grade, it must have been 8th grade. Complicated came on the radio on the school bus, and everybody was like, holy fucking fuck. That's Avril. Like it was actually like something out of a movie. Like it spread through the whole school bus. People were like, "That's fucking Avril, dude. That's Avril on the radio. Oh shit!" Oh, it was like people were cheering, man. It was crazy. She was saying what we were all thinking, man. She was saying, life's like this. Chill out. What you yelling for?" We were like, damn, I've been thinking that for years. She finally found a way to put it into words. Yeah, good for her, man. I got nothing against Avril. I don't really know her, to be honest. But I saw her around. She did also say, "You've become." That's true. She was like the original Johnny Silverhand. I like her NTR song. You legit need to like go outside. That's fucking foul, man. You can't be typing shit like that. Like you still got a chance to integrate into society, but you gotta figure that shit out fast. Cause you're probably 40 years old. Nah, you're right. They're probably cooked. I was talking about it with Corey because we were complaining about how the building of Costco turns people into animals. I have a theory about why society is degrading lately. My theory is the people who care about social norms are so obsessed with accidentally doing something wrong outside that they're paralyzed. They stay inside as much as possible so they don't accidentally commit a social faux pas, like ordering a mojito at a bar that sells mojitos. Because they've been inundated for like the formative years of their lives by Reddit posts that are like, if you go to a store and you fucking... If I ask you if you need help at the store and you ask me for help, fuck you, fuck you. So they're like, no matter what I do, I'm in trouble. So they try to abstain as much as possible. And that means that like the number of people outside who don't care about getting in other people's way, like the amount of feral human beings that have now descended upon the stores are in like the plurality. Like I said this to Chibli and I mean it. Being inside of the Costco to me makes it apparent that, in my opinion, like 10% of the civilization, 10% of people would push a button that kills you if they would get a slice of pepperoni pizza. And not only would they push the button to kill you for $1.50's worth of food. They would also say something like Lamau afterwards. They would be like, what do you expect? It's free food. They wouldn't feel shame at all. It's insane to me. The erosion of empathy for their fellow man. It just seems to be accelerating, man. That's like 700 million people. Yeah, I know. And they're all at the Richmond Costco when I'm there. I'm pressing it. I'm imagining you burning in hell right now. I don't even know what you look like. It's just your username going up in flames. No, I wouldn't push the button, man. Maybe for a Hawaiian slice, but pepperoni, no shot. Too much sodium. I tried the hell imagination technique. It goes crazy. It's actually, haters will say that it makes you mentally ill, but I think it's a great coping mechanism. Whenever someone, like, if it's your family or a friend, you should talk to them. But, like, if it's just a stranger pissing you off and you know it's not worth it, just imagining them burning in hell is unbelievable coping mechanisms. Like, it's amazing, man. I've been doing it for years. I thought I was insane. Well, we're crazy together, brother. Let's play some Nine Kings. What percentage of your day do you imagine someone burning in hell? You sound like when someone gets banned and then a virtue signaler in chat is like, if I were a streamer, I wouldn't ban somebody because it just shows that they're living rent-free in your head. It's not rent-free. As soon as you hit enter, it's over. Like, I don't think about you ever again. Unless you go down to the unban request, and then I love thinking about it because it's like I hold your life in my hands, digitally speaking. It's like, yeah, it's maybe like 30 seconds a day. I like, somebody cuts me off in traffic and then I imagine like their car just exploding in a fireball. You know, like the kind of like, and the trunk like pops open like a, like in Casino, like all like a suitcase turns into a rocket ship out of their trunk or something like that. And then I go, that does not sound healthy. It's literally, it's healthy as fuck. What's unhealthy about it? Because you said it sounds unhealthy, so you must have a reason for saying it sounds unhealthy. So what's your reason? You don't fucking have one. Okay, sure. Fair enough. Picturing others dead is no bueno. I didn't picture them dead, I picture them in hell. And their car exploding. I never said anything about them dying. Just that their car would explode. That's even worse? Source, your ass? What do you mean it's even worse? You're so annoying? You're so annoying. You're like one step away from saying like watching fiction with bad people makes you a bad person. Fake stoic ass. Meanwhile, like can't get over the fact that somebody butted in front of you at the movie theater like 18 years ago. You're literally like the person who bullied you in middle school. You're still preying on their downfall to this day. And you're saying shit like if someone cuts you off in traffic, you can't imagine their car exploding. Like if that makes you a bad person. That doesn't make me a bad person. You're a bad person for beefing with your 6th grade bully, bro. You're literally beefing with an imaginary 12-year-old. That person doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that's what I thought. You got nothing. Why am I still hurt then? Wow, the ink is dry. You know, those emotions were coded into your brain like a long time ago. It's not your fault. Holy shit. Wanting other people to suffer is generally not seen as nice. You are so annoying. I don't want them to suffer. I'm taking pleasure from imagining them suffering. I'm taking pleasure from their imaginary suffering. If you gave me a button that said, this will explode their car, would I push it? No, dude. That would make you a fucking psychopath. But it doesn't make you a bad person to imagine their car exploding. You're insane. What are you trying to say? You've never had an impure thought? Pope Leo ass? He died for our fucking sins, bitch. What are you talking about? You're the only pure being on the planet. Show me your search history, motherfucker. That's different. Man, fuck you. Thought crime ass Minority Report, Colin Farrell, Mentat, Samantha Morton. Run! Ass John Anderton, motherfucker. Sorry, I had it on full auto. No full auto in the building. I gotta say, this track kind of goes crazy. It sounds like Nine Kings is like building steam with a grain of salt, man. You know the type of stuff I'm talking about? No, of course, kids these days, they don't know about DJ Shadow. They only know about Music for Airports Volume 1. Whatever, man. Whatever. DJ Shadow mentioned. Yeah, it's me. Let's play King of Nature today, man. We're on count. Still on count difficulty? 2 nature perks. Treants attacks are 10% stronger. Start with a mycelium in a random outer plot. Receive 1 procreate card every time you lose a life. You can level up 3 more times per rank. Start with a random card from your king in your hand per rank. Let's do that, man. Level up your castle more and start with a random card. Year 17. 1724. How does a tree and creates a healing area on the ground? I lost it. Creates a healing area on the ground. Let me think about this. They just buffed Treant to be able to do damage and heal. Yes, man. Yes. Yum. Whatever happened to her? Let's get a mycelium, man. I don't really know what goes on with the mycelium, but let's do it. And you're a summoner? I can't even apply you? Okay, let's also get an elf. Guys, you gotta shoot the boar. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Orchard creates roots that trap enemies. Actually, this seems kind of sick. Because a root that traps enemies will slow the fight down so we can create more spores, I think. Wow, that was fast. Let me get another mycelium. Yes. Interesting to think, man. Imagine being the financial advisor for the person that comes in and is an NPC streamer. And like multiplying your daily income on TikTok in like January 2022 by 365 and I have I've developed excuse me, sir, I believe I've developed an infinite money glitch. What difference is it between a regular streamer? I mean, I hear you, brother. I don't really understand how I'm still here, but Let me think about this. I'd rather clone a card. 3 procreate cards immediately! That's crazy. I think I'd like to clone you and place you. Then we got 4 of these. I'm gonna give you poison attacks to start with. I guess I'm just gonna make you like a beast, bro. We're gonna have like the elven army. This shit's gonna look like one of the later Hobbit movies. Gay Bob Dylan saved your career. So true. Gay Bob Dylan be like, it takes a man like you to get through to a man in me. Something like that. Give me some static, please. Good song. Also from The Big Lebowski. What do your elf eyes see, Legolas? We're gonna go treant mode. Blessing, my lord. The prophet has foreseen a blessing in 9 years. You have a troop on the target plot, double its number of units. Would have been sick if it was this one. David Guetta playing Nature King. I shoot your guys and summon spores. I am mycelium. That's so true. That's so true. He do be saying stuff like that, man. He do be saying stuff like that. Let's get a sturdy troop that does melee damage and pop him down right here. You forgot Bandle King? Nope. I think I just got it so fast you missed it, actually. We want more procreate, man. My lord, it's time to wage war against another king. Give me the King of Greed. We can rock him. You need to get procreate. And then procreate this as much as possible, because then it's going to double up, right? Double its number of units. Do our elves even do anything? It seems like they're mostly just chilling. We just won't be defeated? Are you Go Team posting? People still fucking with the Go Team in 2025? Are they still fucking with like Thunder, Lightning Strike or whatever it's called? We would love to see Warlocks. I feel like Boars could go nice here too. We're gonna go Warlock. We're gonna place a Boar down here. So the Warlock goes on top of the Boar. And we're gonna make our treants even better. Boar gear. Do we still have Crazy Hamburger? We must, right? Yeah, there it is. Hey, now, did you ever have a ska phase? Close. I had a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater phase that coincided with getting Napster. So I was into ska for a little bit, but I was never like a ska guy. And then I know I got it out of my system because this weekend we were adjacent to a park because we were at a kid's birthday party, and it was a band playing Take On Me. And there was one middle-aged woman in the audience on the grass skanking, which is not me being misogynist. That's what the dance is called when you listen to ska music. And it pissed me off. I didn't say anything, but it pissed me off. So I was like, I guess I got it out of my system by now. I think Offering can be pretty fucking good, man. I think I could easily knock your ass out. You're level 2. You're obviously level 2. Overhaul. Destroy target plot to level up 2 random plots. Well, I think I would clone and clone. Excuse me. Oh, they did clone. My mistake. I'm a fool. Let's put some static on the archers, man. Did she burn in your imagination? No, because she didn't do anything wrong. I recognize that. Like, that's my own error. So I would not have her burn in my imagination. That seems disingenuous. But if she cut me off in traffic, I might imagine her car exploding. Beacon me. I would love to receive 3 Procreate cards immediately, because we're still not on the... Oh my god, dude. We're going to the motherfucking moon. You need to have more HP. I can do that. I remember that. Beacon's important. Maybe a beacon here, as crazy as it may sound. Uncle June's son or Livia daughter? That's a given, brother. I gotta go with Uncle June's son. He was kind of an a-hole in season 1. Season 2 to 3, and I'm not past season 3, he's just kind of like an old guy. He was like gonna murder Tony Soprano, but he kind of got over it. He tanked it. I basically don't want this garbage. Yeah, he's kind of chill for an old fella. He forgot. Procreate, bro. This is. Are we on? We're not even on blessing day yet, dude. The double is gonna go crazy on the warlocks. He didn't murder a woman for telling people he did oral. He doesn't do oral. He eats pussy. First. Secondly, he didn't murder her. He shoves a cake in her face. She tanked it. Like, she's gonna live, man. What do you mean he murdered her? He's a munch. Yeah, what do you want him to say, bro? It was rude. I'm not gonna say it wasn't rude. Baby boom. That's insane. There's 126 warlocks out there, bro. Honestly, I think you're getting cut. They do 2 damage? Yeah, with your sword, maybe. I think it's the biggest army I've ever had in this game. Treant jockey. Because we can go to level 6 treants now. Where are my warlocks? I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm gonna say that I'm balling so hard motherfuckers are trying to find me, man. I would happily raise your stats at great expense. Does it also buff the number of them that there are? I'm moving back to Nova Scotia. Fuck Vancouver Island. The drivers suck ass. Listen. First off, if you think it's bad on the island, don't go to the mainland, okay? Because the mainland is crazy. Hang on, I'm going to add some chain lightning here. Secondly, I'm always down to poke a little bit of fun at Vancouver Islanders. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or an islander who hates the mainlanders where they were born. Give me the Procreate cards, man. They're so weird. I'm not going to say they're so weird. It just pisses me off when they talk about how much they hate the mainland. And I'm like, buddy, you moved to the island when you were like 47 years old. Like, oh, everything's so expensive there. I'm like, yeah, now everything's so expensive on the island too. Because your mainland ass moved there, man. You already got 126 of these fellas, but you buff the stats for each HP. How much HP? You have 15 health. Okay. More boars so that the warlocks can ride on the boars. Would you be a warlock or a mage? Holy shit. That's a good question, man. I'll put a cauldron right here. I actually don't know if I would be a warlock or a mage. What's the difference? A warlock is kind of like they're in the shit, right? Like they're tanking some damage too, and a mage is like backline 1 HP. I think I'd rather be a mage. I don't know if I give off mage energy, but I think I would rather be a mage. Or sorry, I'd rather be a warlock, I should say. I'm gonna make peace with the King of Greed. We're not going gold farming. You need a mage robe? That's my we were talking earlier in the dulls about my most old guy take, or my most old guy behavior. I think we settled on a couple of things. Shaving your ears, which is just, I don't do it for, it's my work, he'd say. I do it for pay. And when it's all over, I just as soon go on my way. That's my way of saying I have to shave my ears because they have hair on them. Going to bed at 8 is also up there. And then the big old guy trait is whenever anyone names a business, immediately calling out the 2 streets that it's on and what used to be there. But my least old guy take, what were we talking about a second ago? What were we going on about a second ago before I segued into the shaving of the ear hair? No, well, QR code menus. Oh, being a warlock. Wait a second. Oh, robes. Yeah, thank you. I'm not a robe guy. I still don't really feel comfortable in a bathrobe. I'm not a robe Andy. Or a robe Andy, I should say. 50% chance of duplicating an enchantment. You have an enchantment. You have a few enchantments. You have none enchantments. How about a library? Procreate. An offering. We'll find a way to use it at some point. I think it's going to be procreate on boars. I honestly feel like I would go library and then burn it with offering. Lots of clones, man. I would go double clone on boar. Get level 3 boars out there. They're now buffing the stats of the warlocks by 60%. And then let's clone a cauldron and get the poison damage even better. Just got a Monopoly Go ad with Chris Pratt. He's so washed. I can't say what I want to say because my wife and my friend Justin also did a sponsored stream for Monopoly Go. That being said, what's the Chinese mobile game that Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, and Lisa Kudrow are repping right now? Not Marvel Rivals. I did a sponsorship for that. It's called like Kingdom of something. Adds 2% HP on adjacent troops. And you get a bonus on HP. Okay, so it's going to be forest boars. I could consider taking the Tyrant's whole kingdom. Meet and fuck kingdom, Steve. Ryan Seacrest Chumba Casino ad. John Lennon ass lyric. There's a Bo Burnham ass lyric now that I think about it, actually. Give me some area damage. Ryan Seacrest Chumba Casino ad. This is more, I wish Apollo was here. He'd be like, oh, unexpected Bo Burnham reference. A Ryan Seacrest Chumba Casino ad. There it is again. That funny feeling. Give me some of that. Yeah. You're talking about that stunning 8K resolution meditation app? I know what you're talking about. Guess what, buddy? Place the trapper. And then we finally have something that we can kill with overhaul. It must be good, because we're running at about 3 frames a second. Library. Whenever any unit is added to any plot, add 1 extra unit. Summons are stronger. Your buildings apply their effects. Let's go with buildings apply their effects. The extra HP on the boars might go crazy. You ever get those Ryan Reynolds Mint Mobile ads? Yep. That one, and you know I don't want to give Ryan Reynolds any undue credit. I at least respect that that's his company. So him doing the ads makes sense to me. Even though I hate him, broadly speaking. He sold it? Okay, then he shouldn't be in the ads anymore. Stolen Valor. I'm gonna go Beacon and nothing. What's your beef with Ryan Reynolds? I don't think that he's a real person, I guess. Like on an intellectual level, obviously I know that he is a real person with values and wants and fears and hopes and stuff like that. But the personality that for 20 years he's been cultivating to curate his public image gives off heavy, like, Hollywood Mr. Beast vibes. Like, I could see him being the sort of guy that could make a joke that's like a wink and a nod about ejaculating, but I don't think I could ever imagine him saying the word cock, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like a handsome Michael Scott type energy. And also, as far as I'm concerned, apart from Deadpool, which is a good character actor fit for him, his job as an actor is just to be in commercials and then like be himself. I feel like he's perhaps, and I don't know him in person, but the avatar that he projects to the world, willfully and deliberately, it gives off huge, like, I'm an NPC vibes. Not NPC in like a I disagree with him sort of ways, but NPC in the sense that he strikes me as like an inauthentic person. He strikes me as like a Chat GPT prompted and 3D printed celebrity endorsement. Professional Schiller guy designed to be like completely non-threatening and sell you products. Yes, I consider him steeped in artifice. I could be wrong. He could do a Paul Thomas Anderson movie. It would do a lot to bring him back. But what does he give a shit about me? He shouldn't. He shouldn't. So those are my thoughts, essentially. Yes, I'm trying to say he seems neurotypical. You got me on that one. Wait, it's my final year, man. How about place a quarry? Destroy a quarry for no reason, now that I think about it? But I think we win easily, man. Damn! Is this Ranny from Elden Ring? Maybe you could just give me like a text synopsis of how the fight's going here. Sire, they've stolen the frame transports. You're done, bud. I'm suffering no losses. Easiest win of my life. Your kingdom has thrived. Click anywhere to continue. I'm kind of insane. I guess I would start another run. Did we unlock a new difficulty? Where were you when I was walking? That's true. Could be a kick-ass duke or something. Now I run the kingdom, got the whole world talking. Level 2 king. We could already play as the king of spells, bro. We could already play as the king of blood. We could already play as the king of greed. I don't even need to say it. Were we not playing as him just now? Alrighty then. They should have a random button. I would love a random button. How about the ducal difficulty on the king of nothing? And some perks.
Let me get a
Starting with extra cards is nice. Losing a life gives you 30 gold. 2 extra free rerolls. Troops start with more HP. I like leveling up your castle more and getting a random card. Looks familiar, but... I bet it went crazy back in the day to like dip your ring into liquid wax and then stamp that shit on a decree or some shit like that. That would have gone insane, man. There's a lot of shit from the old days, like 500 years ago, that we should bring back. Most of it, I think we should leave it there. How did the slide call go? I don't want to talk about it. I'm still linking and building. Suffice it to say, without getting too into it, we talked for like 30 minutes, and the person I talked to was very nice, but they did seem resistant to the idea that I could just pay for a slide. And their reasoning was, if you just let people pay to put equipment in public parks, then parks in wealthier areas would be overserved, and parks in less wealthy areas would be underserved. And my position was, I get that, but if you don't let people donate to build equipment, then nobody's gonna get the equipment. And she said, and this is, I'm paraphrasing, but she said, yes, but you could possibly donate to build equipment in parks that have a bigger need. And my position was kind of like, yeah, but I don't live there and I want to take my kid to the slide. So we kind of, it was a very cordial conversation, but I will say we did talk around each other for a while. They also said, if you're interested, we're selling the naming rights to like the new Kitsilano pool. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. But in my head, I was like, she did not do the research because I'm not in that kind of bracket. You got to talk to Chip Wilson, the CEO of Lululemon, about that because I'm not. I don't know how much you're asking for it, but I don't think I'm putting out to be the sponsor of the new Kitsilano pool. I'm pretty sure it's going to cost like $15 million to build or something like that. But it is, they seemed open to the idea. They're literally, it's the most serious of a person I ever felt like. They were like, we have like capital funding projects for the playgrounds. And I was like, yeah, I get that. I work in a serious industry. So I was like, send me the PDFs and I'll take a look at them. And then we'll see if there's something we could work on. But I was insinuating, I was like, if hypothetically we were able to fundraise like for a slide, could we just get the slide built? And I believe that she very nicely told me like, that's not likely, but we'll see. Unfortunately. But I think the thing that maybe I failed to get across was that it's not like I'm trying to add like an awesome playground to a park that doesn't have it at the expense of the rest of the city. I just want them to fix the slide that's been broken for like years. It's like the slide's already there. So like the argument that's like, but hey, in some parks they don't even have a broken slide that you can't use. So like you should be grateful. I don't know if it really works. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Wow. Let's Lincoln build this summer. I'm going to go with a well-balanced melee troop first. And I am going to put on a blacksmith as quickly as possible. Could do guerrilla urbanism. The thing is, though, like, if I do guerrilla urbanism and then a kid, like, falls off the slide and dies, like, I'm gonna... A, I'm gonna feel a lot of guilt, and B, like... that'll be the end of that. Unfortunately. Like, I also resent that liability's, like, such a big deal, but... I don't want to be the guy taking all the risk of the liability. It's true, I did also already kind of like tip my hand too. They'll be like, hey, you know anything about that Gorilla slide that got installed the exact place that you wanted to install a slide? I mean, I guess they would still need proof, but like, I don't, you know. Either way. I don't know, we're still talking about it. That's true, you could just put an end-user license agreement on it. That's what can I be honest with you? I don't know if this is legally binding, but anytime I go to like a tourist attraction or something where I have to sign a waiver that says like, if you die, you can't sue us, I'm like 100% if I die, like I'm telling my family in advance to sue you for everything you got. I don't think that shit is legally binding, man. If I'm going to like a dolphin park and a dolphin drowns me, I don't think they can be like, well, he signed this piece of paper. I'm gonna be like, bro, you got Tillicum here. You got the blackfish. You're going down. You can't run your business like that. It doesn't make any sense. I'm signing the waiver, but I'm kind of doing it with like my fingers crossed. We run this town, man. The Aki way. Ebashay. Do you...
2% to adjacent troops and constructions.
Okay, sure, man. Let's try it. So now we got 4 things getting turbo buffed by the blacksmith. That seems pretty good. So is this Clash of Clans or what? I'm gonna level with you, young pup. I don't even know what Clash of Clans is. This is looking pretty bad. Fair enough. You're lying? Not lying. I don't know what it is. Yes, you do? No, I don't. I was not in the 5th grade at the same time as you. We need to do more damage. Doesn't that sound like the end of the SpongeBob SquarePants theme? Do 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 do. Yes, I graduated high school before the iPhone came out. There's literally like billions of us on planet Earth right now. I know it's hard to believe. We're in hell. We're not making it with this one. For now, that's pretty true. I can't really dispute that. Any chance we don't die on this one? Clash of Clans is most popular in the 30 to 40 demographic. Yeah, well, so is Bebe Rexha. I don't know shit about her either. I think she played at the NHL All-Star game once. Listen, buddy, I contain multitudes, okay? Alright, Duke difficulty got hands. Let's try again. Quick restart me. The year is 656. I still like the soldier play, man. Like early farm to one adjacent troop. Okay, early farm with the soldier. I'm building like the exact same build. Early dispenser could go kind of crazy. If you're gonna place it, you want to place it quick. Is this just RimWorld but good? Yeah, I would say that's more. It's kind of like, what if Factorio was good? It's Factorio but for smart people. Here's a crazy play, man. RimWorld is good? Bet. Heavy Gen X energy. Silence, I own you. Don't mind me, I'm just imagining your car exploding. See, and then it's literally victimless, man. Like I'm not even impressed by it at all. It doesn't hurt me that you're imagining my car exploding. Why would I care? If you put a bomb in my car, I'd be omega pissed. If you're just imagining me suffering or whatever, okay, whatever helps you get through the day, man. Get melted. Wildcard bitches. I'd like to increase the attack speed of my tower. No, I'd like to re-roll this. We can do better. I'd like to increase the attack of all units and towers by 30%. You hate Kant? I can't. I don't know anything about him. Is he that dude who was like, I think, therefore I am? No, that was Descartes. Hang on. We run this town? Town ran. Progress mogged. Executioners decroded. Yes! Get it going. He's the one that said nothing is true. Dude obviously has never worked in pure math. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Whatever. 2% attack speed. A blessing in 9 years. Doubles the HP of the card on the target plot. Yeah, well, guess what, buddy? A beacon is going there, so I wouldn't sweat it too much. We're not killing anybody anymore, bro. The so-called Nothing Rebellion? We got this, bro. You need more perks before Duke. Hold. Hold. Get him. Oh, that was fun. Is it, it's not possible? New king, though. King of Stone. Put me on fucking count difficulty, man. Because I don't think we're making it on Duke right now. Everybody must get stoned. You're so right, man. Can you believe there's Bob Dylan heads out there who think that Blonde on Blonde starts at track 3? Listen, Visions of Johanna, great song. Very disrespectful to Pledging My Time. And honestly, if you're the type of gangster that can't fuck with Rainy Day Women number 12 and number 35, honestly, I just think you're weak. But whatever. Summons towers that shoot nearby enemies. Give me ballista. How do you say it? Ballista. Remember that? We win those. I remember that. Defender. Tanker unit that doesn't attack but reflects all damage taken. What do you think about Converter, man? Turns enemies into rats for you? It's great if you can up its attack speed. Good to know, good to know. We got double cauldron, right? I'm not thrilled about that. I guess our rats will inherit poison damage. I kind of feel ripped off though, because I feel like rats should start with poison damage, because that's like thematically appropriate for rats. It is a really fun game. It's the best game of May so far, if you ask me. You know what? I'm gonna put early perks on our rats. It can't be done. Alright, why don't you gain damage then? Rip Starvaders? That has to be an April joint, right? That has to be like a Sex Man film. Monster Train 2, I gotta give it another chance, but... I'm not sure if it was cooked or if you ruined it for me, but I had more fun playing Nine Kings, let's put it that way. Units attack supply. Gotta think about it. Doubles the movement speed, doubles the HP of all troops. Let's go Stronghold could build towers twice as fast. Wait, Forest is only for troops, man. That's no good. I think we're gonna lose again. Yep. Stronghold. Plus 1% damage. What has more sauce, Starvaders or Monster Train 2? I don't like to be this guy that pits two games against one another. But Starvaders is like in the top 1% of indie games I've ever played in my life. And that's all that needs to be said. Reinforce is pretty good, but let me think about this. I'm gonna be 100% copacetic with you, man. I feel like our converter is not very good. You have a troop card, double its number of units on this plot. I don't want to put it on that plot. Get him? They didn't get him. They didn't get him at all, man. Roll me? It's the same shit, bro. Okay, fine. Drop some elves on him. I think you need plots that do something. Dude, it's not my fault. They give you a higher difficulty level, but then they're doing the Rogue Legacy thing where it's like, well, you can't do the higher difficulty level until you win 30 times on the lower difficulty level because you don't have the perks unlocked. You need to have the perks unlocked, but I don't want to play on the lower difficulty level because we already beat the lower difficulty level. Why would I want to grind on, like, Prince difficulty when we're already on Duke? Run me back. The year's 507. That's an easier year. Early Ballista. Ballista's good. Early Ballista in the deep blue sea. Live so wild and they live so free. Summons a fighting spore every 9 seconds in battle. I put you on the corner. Do you guys know Raffi's Canadian? Possibly the least surprising artist to be Canadian in the history of music. Yes, we all knew. Isn't he Armenian? Listen, buddy, I don't know about, like, his 23andMe. I'm just saying his passport's got a maple leaf on it, okay? Warlock. Sturdy troop that we need a sturdy troop. Because then you can tank for the ballistas while the ballistas do damage. And then, yes, and then. Double damage of all towers, please. And give me more warlocks. This is some Battle of Agincourt type shit. Is that the one where they use the fucking... I always get Agincourt and Calais confused, man. I'm not a real Barbara Tuchman head, I'm sorry to say. I read the books a long time ago. Mud and longbows? Mud and longbows. I'm a mud and longbow. Who's the one? That's definitely Chris Cornell. That's gonna get a double level up. That's crazy. I don't mind shooting bows at my French and English foes. I can't feed on the caramels. When a pup's already... What is a pup cup? That's something I've been asking. There are a lot of millennials these days, like, ordering pup cups in Starbucks. It's a whipped cream in a cup. This whole time I thought it was literally like a glass of water for dogs to drink. It's whipped cream in a cup for dogs. Sometimes they put a treat on top of it. I thought the whipped cream was the treat, though. I guess it's a dog treat is a little different now that I think about it. Okay. My lord, it's time to wage war against another king. Let's add this fella in here. Dog culture's out of hand. I don't mind it, man. Doesn't really bother me. I mean, I saw a Reddit post that was on like r/psychology or something, and it was like studies show that owning a dog conjures many of the same emotions as, I was going to say owning a child, as having a child. And I was like, yeah, no shit. Not to be like anti-intellectual, but like how much funding did you get for that study, man? I could have told you that. Owning a child. Things I used to do in video games. So we're doubling like nun troops. which seems pretty bad. Can I even afford this? I can afford this. But I don't want it. Tell you what, fellas. Now you've all got poison. People will come into my store and order $5 of ice cream with a dog treat on top, and I'm like, yerp. But that's like... I don't want to put words in your mouth. But like, what's the problem? Or maybe you're not saying there's a problem. Maybe you're saying, like, it's cool. I think it's okay. I'd like you to get more buffed if possible. Dogs shouldn't eat ice cream? I don't know anything about that. I'm not like a dog nutritionist. Should people even be eating ice cream? Yes, dude. The fruits of this world were placed here for us to enjoy. If not us, then who? That's huge. And dogs. Yeah, maybe dogs. I don't want to say it because it's going to bum people out, but I think you're very real for that. You said they live for 10 years, let them have the ice cream. That's true, man. That's true, and I mean that in a dog positive way. That's like if a person is like 80 years old, you should just let them like do whatever they want. Not anything criminal within reason. But if they're like 80 and they're like, I want to drink whiskey, I'm like, you can't, it's bad for you. Like, you're 80, man. There's not much downstream to like cause problems. I'm not saying there's no damage. I'm just saying like, we're not making it out alive. Let's put it that way. Doubles crit damage. Let's give it a try. Maybe we could, what's your crit chance? 0. How about you? 25? 5? 0. Okay, well, those are rookie numbers. When you're 80, will you start doing heroin? No, man. But like, mostly just because like I don't want to. It's not like I really like want to do it right now. But I'm like, oh, the long-term health ramifications. I'm like, no, dude, being addicted to drugs seems like being in the sunken place in Get Out. Like, it seems pretty bad. Not to be controversial. but I mean, like, the life of someone who's addicted to heroin, like, the lifestyle doesn't seem appealing to me. It's not like my age that's holding me back. It's like, you know, going outside in the city that I live in the Pacific Northwest. It seems pretty dire. Worry me? We're actually gonna win this one. This is crazy. Why not us? Why not now? Can we destroy a spot? I feel like our poison damage is not relevant, man. Good level, though. I'm gonna dump you. Procreate and wild card. Wild card. Was that an Arby's commercial? Come into Arby's and say, round up. What is it? I never got to do it, man. I always wanted to do it. Come into Arby's and say, round up. What did they give you if you did that? I gotta think about that. Much to think about. You should definitely take that. Ballista's already close to leveling. Let's level it. You know what? Let's support you. Smoking cigarettes is an aura buff? Nah, not really. I can't. The millennial in me, which is what I am, I can't say that. There's a lot of negative stuff about millennials, particularly elements of millennial culture. I wouldn't disagree with that. But like, there's some positive things about millennials, man. We almost like killed big tobacco companies. until we also brought them back by buying a bunch of like orally inserted tobacco products, I guess. I don't know if that's predominantly millennials or if that's mostly Gen Z, because Gen Z is like, they're getting as old as millennials these days. But think about that. You know what? Why not just a quick vampirism on our tanks? Seems to make sense. Static Spire. I don't think we want these, man. We're going to take the easy ones, though. All tobacco products are orally inserted. All right. You're crazy for that one, Unc, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that one. What about patches? Those aren't tobacco products. Those are nicotine delivery services, bro. It's not like you put a patch on your arm and then light it. Not really a fair comparison, I guess. There's nasal stuff? I don't know, man. I'm a millennial. We don't mess with that stuff. We mostly just messed with Harry Potter back in the day. And like a lot of binge drinking. I can't deny that. It was a simpler time. 20% crit chance on units and towers, man. This is the way. You're level 3. You're level 2. You go to level 3. Which is worse? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't matter. They're both bad. You probably... Listen, I know I said ice cream is a treat that you should eat, but you probably shouldn't be doing either. But that's just me virtue signaling. Your smoke alarm went off? I don't think that was me, man. I think that was, like, you guys in your house, all of your smoke alarms went off independently. It did? I don't think it was me, man. I think it was you guys. Got me confused with somebody else. I'd like to make peace with the King of Spells. You don't have useful cards for us, I think. We're gonna make it, man. Vampirism. Heroin and candy are basically equivalent. Your Redditor posting, man. Every 2 weeks on Reddit, there's a huge post that's like, what's the hardest addiction to kick? And then the top comment is always like some 42-year-old ex-opioid addict that's like, it's heroin by a mile. And then like the second comment is some 15-year-old kid that's like, sugar and caffeine. We take those. Or phones. They do always put phones up there. They're right. They're not right. They're not right at all, man. Don't have time to scale too much. Clone can always go crazy. Procreate's good. Vampirism's doing work. Overhaul can be nice. Guaranteed first crit would be nice too. Alcohol straight up kills you if you quit cold turkey. Yeah, but my boss is a little grumpy sometimes if they haven't had their coffee. You're level 1. You're level 3. I think what I want to do. Clones the card of a selected spot. I'm gonna It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna clone the warlocks. Place a warlock. Overhaul this. To buff the warlocks. Give them a little bit of lifesteal. But I'm still gonna procreate the best warlocks that we have. Because they have better stats, I think. The weekly Reddit caffeine rant. Well, I just feel like they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Source, I'm a tea drinker. Don't even get me started on the faux superiority of the tea drinkers, man. Coffee's so bad for you. Oh, coffee. They talk about coffee like it's a hard drug, like it's literally poison. Then they're drinking like 8 cups of tea a day, thinking that it's like, your shit don't stink. Well, lean a little bit closer, bro. Roses really smell like doot. That's all I gotta say about that shit right there. Star Wars prequels or sequels? Nah, I'm not doing this again. I'm smart enough to not do this again. It's prequels by a mile. At least we can all agree on that. But I think we agree for different reasons. So I don't think we need to talk about it, man. Give me some walls. Maybe it'll help. The prequels have the DNA of the Star Wars creator on display. The sequels are a Bob Iger wet dream. That's it. That's a double damage of all towers, please. Do you want art or content? Well, if the content's bad and the art is bad, I'll take the art. If the art is bad and the content's awesome, maybe we could have a discussion. But luckily it's Star Wars, so we don't have to worry about that. We're running out of time. Stack up the units you got, man. Episode 7 versus Episode 1 is a good debate. I disagree with you on that one. It's not a good debate because it's about Star Wars. Also, in spite of what I said, the Force Awakens Mogs, I was going to call it Pod Racer, the Phantom Menace. Sadly, and I'm loath to say it, but the Force Awakens does Mog, in my opinion, the Phantom Menace. But I think we already, we knew that. We knew that going in here. Give me mycelium. Mycelium. It Mogs A New Hope too? Let's not go crazy. It is A New Hope. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Any chance you're gonna get... You got him! You madmen! I do still feel like we probably just lose to the boss, but I guess we'll see. Damn, dude, my walls went down in like a millisecond. Walls yelling at me continuously. I can't sleep, man. Never mind, I own you, it turns out. What could we do here? I guess like better walls? They see it though. Shitty flamethrower. Shitty flamethrower. We must play all of our cards. All right. That's a huge bitch, man. I don't think we're gonna make it. It was like instantaneous. It took a millisecond. Do we at least get some perks now? Why are you Deuce Bigelow posting? Don't, you can't ask me that. You legally can't ask me that. Game is good though, man. All right. Quick checking of the view count before I decide to continue. Okay, give me a king selection, man. Who do we like? Have we ever won with the King of Greed? Do we know what we're doing with the King of Greed? We got an extra perk with the King of Greed. I'm going to start with a vault in my hand per rank. The Animal is underrated Rob Schneider slop. I watched that in theaters, man. That's the one with Tina from... Where's my fucking vault, bro? That's the one with Tina from Survivor Season 2, right? Not Tina the Fat Lard. Oh, wait, there it is right there. That's Napoleon Dynamite, bro. They won't let me do it? Vault me? I wouldn't mortgage on this one, man. Just throw a mercenary down, farm some gold, maybe. Can Idaho join the Pacific Northwest? I gotta think about it. What do you have to offer, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Like, what does Idaho have going on? Because obviously, like, my hunch is not that much. Not to be rude, unnecessarily. But, like... The other thing I want to say is we're kind of in a position right now where we could use more numbers. So I'm not opposed to it. Can we procreate on mercenaries, man? Does that even work? No, it does not work. Okay. Fair enough, man. Give me a mycelium. I got an idea on this one. It's a mycelium into an overhaul. Help. They're too slow. We got him. Is it gonna be Bush Summer? Careful, I'm about to have like the most base take of all time. Hang on, I'm thinking. I was gonna say we need to normalize body hair, but that's not fair because I think that everybody's kind of like on the same page there. So I would call that a virtue signal for myself. The reason I want to say we normalize body hair is because I have a lot of it, and it's very annoying to shave or wax it, or like people will literally, hairless people will say some shit like, why don't you just go to a place where they zap every single follicle with a huge laser and then just like repeat that every 4 weeks for 2 years and then you won't have to worry about it anymore. I'm like, buddy, that's like getting an associate's degree and having a hairless chest. Like, that's a serious undertaking, man. You can trim it at least? Yeah, but the shit is irritating and takes a long time and leaves a lot of mess on the floor. Like, I'm literally out here with a broom like Artie Bucco if he ran a barbershop instead of a restaurant. It's annoying. Let's try boars, man. I do like to use boars in this game. Use Nair? It doesn't work, man. For a fellow like me, it doesn't work. I swear it to you. Obviously, dispensers. You should just get it out there ASAP, man. Cards will level up in the Year of Prophecy. Oh, we take those. How didn't it work? It said leave on for like 10 to 15 minutes. I left it on for 20 minutes. Wiped it with a towel. No hair came off. It didn't work. My skin was tingling. I'll give you that. So obviously, like, the chemical in it was doing something, but it didn't. Wait, do you scale on HP? Yes. But it didn't take the hair off. Or maybe it had grown back by then. That's true. But fickle warriors for hire. I think we need a forest adjacent to boars. This looks bad. Shaving outside is goated. I can see that, but it's still annoying. Like, I feel like you're being disingenuous if you say it's not annoying. Because, okay, now you shave outside, you don't have to deal with the hair. Give me king of nothing. But the problem is, you're smooth for like a day, and then your whole torso has stubble on it, which is very unpleasant for you and everybody else involved. Yeah, that's the thing. Why not just be hairy? That's why I'm saying we gotta normalize body hair. But like, we don't really have control over that. That's pretty much all up to like Cosmopolitan magazine, I think. I don't know, I'm 100 years old apparently. We're gonna lose on this one too. Green text arrow, normalized body hair. Green text arrow is bald. Simple question. How smart are you? Like, what's your IQ? I'm not asking like what level of college you've completed, because that's more of like a question of your parental net worth. But like when you do IQ tests and you complete them, do you give them your credit card number to like buy the full report? We're gonna lose already! IQ tests are a question of parental privilege. Just say you scored low, bro, okay? This kind of discourse is embarrassing you. Let's quick restart. Isn't it inherently low IQ to pay for the test after you complete it? The joke understander is logged on. Sorry, that's not... I don't mean to be rude. I just temporarily forgot which website I'm on. I don't want to run mercenaries, man. Why don't you give me... Upgrade the palace. What if I make you attack... Well, let's get a vault out there first. That makes sense. You did mean to be rude? It's rude not to get my joke and then repeat the premise back to me. That's rude as fuck, bro. You could just, like, not get it and laugh. That's what I do when I don't get a joke that's supposed to be funny. Ballista. Ballista. Units? Is a ballista a unit, man? I never know what they're doing. It's a tower, but it's also a unit. Range troop. Okay. We take these. Is mayonnaise a unit? Most overrated condiment. Listen, I'm not one of those guys who's like, you know, I live in Ohio, but I'm like, that's not real sushi. Japanese people don't eat that. But they fucked up when they added mayonnaise to sushi, man. I don't mind the big fuck you rolls now and then, but when you get a spicy tuna and it's got like the spice is in the tuna, that's okay. But when you get a spicy tuna and it's just a tuna roll and they put sriracha mayonnaise on the top of it. AT, did you see this? That's where I'm like, I think they went too far. Why are you anti-whimsy? Bro thinks mayonnaise is whimsy. Is this the kind of culture we're going to get when we assimilate Idaho? Cards thrown in the pit give 3x gold. That's interesting. I'd love to increase the attack speed of my insta-kill tower, though. That seems great as well. How TF North America let ketchup become ubiquitous? The thing is, ketchup is ubiquitous. If you're from Europe, you're so real for owning us like this. We do overglaze ketchup. The reason it's ubiquitous is because every restaurant serves French fries, which is also fucked. I couldn't agree more that that's fucked up, man. Ketchup is everywhere because every single restaurant serves burgers and French fries. It's disgusting. We should want more for ourselves. I like condiments. I like ketchup even. It's just like, you could mix it up a little bit. Get procreated upon. Doubles the HP on the target plot in the year of the prophecy. Okay, I can do that. What's your most played game on Steam? It's The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, but now I get to ask you a question. Hang on, I'm not going to waste mine. Let me think about that. So your name is Dark Forest Theory. It is interesting to have an astronomical themed name. And then ask a question about my most played game on Steam. It's just an interesting sort of... It paints an interesting picture. I didn't say a negative way. I'm just saying it's interesting. What if he's genuinely curious? I think he was genuinely curious. That's interesting. Also, I don't know if that's my most played game on Steam. I might have left Blueprints open for a couple of months. It's an AI chatbot? No! Get him, bro. Beacon me. Did you see China is going through with their own Rizzler initiative? Librarian, can I get a Cliff Notes on this? I think every nation should have its own Rizzler. The Rizzler is like, I don't know if I'm using the word properly. I feel like he's a scion of 2020's culture. Is a scion like a symbol of accomplishment or progress? A champion, okay. An inheritor of something. The modern Buddha. Vault me? Forest me? Ballistas with more health, maybe? I don't know. It's this kid. Okay, I hate to go to X. Is it even going to let me see this on X.com? Because I'm not logged in, bro. This is absolutely how everyone should feel music. And then, like, It's just a spinning circle? Oh, jeez. But he's not... Is this really the... This is Chinese Rizzler? He has not... There's... The only thing related to him being the Rizzler is that he's like a chubby kid. But like, kids that age are just chubby for the most part. Also, who the fuck is going to... Like, this is such cringe content, man. Kid dancing to music from X account wholesome side of X. This is absolutely how everyone should feel music. Clap emoji, crying, laughing emoji. Middle-aged brain rot, man. Ignore the source. It's just what Twitter is now? Well, listen, it's always been pretty bad, but it did get a lot worse, but... Give me Beacon Frost. Millennials, don't call that millennial slop, man, okay? First off, all generations are suffering the scourge of short-form video content becoming the dominant form of content consumption these days. But, like, as someone who willfully tries to at least curate part of my media diet these days, this is crazy, man. You know this is all, like, bot-posted, AI-generated videos, right? This is not just millennials. This is everybody. Shorts got me. But like, what do you... I kind of... Let's pretend I'm coming at this discussion in good faith. What's the appeal of the short videos? You get to watch more videos. Can't really argue with that. They're not long. Are you acting elitist because you don't have the free time to scroll? No, not at all. Anytime I see like an adult choosing to engage with short form video content for like more than a 5-minute interval, I actually see it as like maybe this is the thing that's going to end society, or at least it's going to be like one signpost on the way. Ooh. You post shorts, though? Yeah, I know. It's fucked up. I can't disagree with that. Let's get buildings that apply their effects one more time. They said the same thing about video games. Yeah. Yeah, and it keeps getting worse. They might have been right. And I do both. That's true, so I would know. Nah, man. No, I don't want this garbage. That garbage? I don't want that garbage either. Hang on, I'm stupid. Listen, I have an elitist aura, and it's a character flaw. But at the same time, that doesn't mean it's always wrong. What I'm trying to say, the way I look at it, and this is, and I'm smart enough to recognize that this makes me look like an asshole because it's an asshole thing to say. And maybe this is just how you know I've always been me. I remember first grade, second grade, we had a library in our class, right? And you could choose your books that you would take home to read and then bring back to school like a couple of days later. And everyone was always taking the books that have the prettiest pictures. And even in the second grade, I was like, what are you doing? These are books, bro. Why are they're pages with words on them that tell a story, and you're like, I want to get the ones with the prettiest pictures so that I have less words to read. I'm like, the words are the reason you're reading it, man. That's the same way I feel when there's like, when I see adults, especially like older adults that are just scrolling for hours on their phone. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like you're trying to speed run meaning. You're like, why would I watch one movie when instead I could watch 300 shorts? Well, like the one movie is like an atom bomb of meaning potentially, and the shorts are just nothing, man. The shorts is just habitual. There's like no merit in them, except for maybe you laugh a little bit at mine because they're funny, but when you're 70, you're going to start watching shorts. I don't think you're going to see it happen, man. I don't think you're going to see it happen. You could be watching Cedar Rapids 2011. You're right. I need tanks. Any chance that ballistas can ride on top of... I mean, this says troop. And this says can be mounted by adjacent troops. Holy shit. That's kind of sick. Give me a spy or two, man. Peacetime. I mean, I'm getting like, 2 hours of screen time a day, but at least it's like an episode and a half of Italian-American brain rot. And then like 30 minutes of getting pissed off at Reddit while I shit, but that has like a hard cap of like 30 to 45 minutes, and then I'm out. Then I'm back in Polly Walnuts territory. A forest that buffs boars to make our ballistas even better. Does streaming not count? I mean, we talk about screen time. We're talking about it like in a virtue versus vice sort of way. We could take this. Like, I think if you went to your doctor and you were like, I have 2 hours of screen time a day, and he said, oh, really? But you work on a computer? I would be like, Doc, that's not the same thing. I think I would say, Doc, you're being needlessly glib. Chat is kind of short text, now that I think about it. You guys are like book shorts. Library Wizard Combustion. Combustion could still work. And you scroll, it's true. I mean, I guess, like, I shouldn't be surprised. But when I'm on Reddit, I know that I was on Twitter, and Twitter was like fentanyl. And I got off of Twitter, and it stuns me that many of you are still on it, but let's not worry about that. Maybe you're getting sick parlay advice from like a 12-year-old with ChatGPT Pro. I got on Reddit. Reddit is like methadone. It's harm reduction. It's better than being on fentanyl. But I also logically recognize it would probably be better to like look at the sunrise instead of being on Reddit. But for right now, it's like a stepping stone that I'm comfortable with. I do feel like the YouTube shorts are kind of like, you know that mushroom, that fungus that colonizes ant brains, and it makes the ant like climb up really high and shit like that, and the whole time the ant is going like it's trying to get the control back from the mushroom, but then it goes like, and it just keeps climbing higher until eventually it dies and explodes, spreading the spores as far as it possibly can. That's how I feel the short form video, that's what it's doing to you, because right now you're going, actually shorts are awesome. You're not even acknowledging like that they're harmful in any capacity. You're saying stuff like life is hard, let me watch shorts. Can we at least start by agreeing that this stuff is like, you're putting your brain in the microwave and using inverter turbo defrost, aka it doesn't turn off till it's done. All right, well, then we start with an agreed upon truth, and then we can see each other for who we are, and we can find some common ground from there. The greatest generation said the same thing about movies. All right, dude, and then you sound like a Web 3.0 guy. You know, they tried to kill Thomas Edison for inventing the light bulb. Okay. Like, change the world then, bro. Maybe shorts will change the world for the better. But, like, they've said that shit about, like, billions of people, a lot of whose inventions actually sucked ass. That's not an argument. That's an argument via comparison. Thank comparison fallacy. Something better, please? Spending all your money on me and spending time on me. I don't think we care for Midas touch, bro. I think we care about doing damage. Hello, Chiblee. You got me, Chiblee. Hello, Chiblee. We run this town. You can do it, like it's not that serious. I'm just asking you to meet me in the middle. And the middle is that shorts have been invented to dumb down human society. I don't know why. I guess it's not like a big conspiracy thing. I guess it's because it makes money to publish the shorts then. And they take advantage of like a backdoor vulnerability in the human brain. That's like the next video is going to be the one. It's like gambling for content. It's like the I'm feeling lucky button from Google on steroids. Midas touch, I suppose. Look up Skinner box. That's bait. Get out of your King of Stone. These are your enemies, bro. It's not bait, it's real. No, I mean it's bait for like a 15-year-old to tell me to look up something that everybody learns about in like the 7th grade. That's the bait part. Have you identified the phenomenon? Yeah, I think so, but like... Give me some of that. Anyway, keep watching my shorts, though. Keep watching my shorts, because I just turned on monetization on them. I didn't have monetization on them for, like, maybe, like, a year. But stop watching all the ones of the street food, man. I know I keep banging the drum on the street food stuff, but I'm like, damn, how many videos of street food do you have to watch? Haven't you seen them all by now? Like, it seems to me it's getting a little insane. Dude, we're perked the fuck up here. Yours do really good numbers, though. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That's probably going to end now that, like, this video is going to get turned into a short. People are going to be like, wait. He's insulting the customer. I don't know. Some people are into it. Are you guys familiar with Findom? I get Insta Reels of you. You shouldn't be watching those. Because I'm not posting anything on Instagram. So I think that you guys that's basically stealing from me. You're not stealing, but you're an accessory after the fact, I suppose. Fours for sure. Oh, it's Librarian's fine. Librarian's okay. Actually, truth be told, it's all fine. I don't really care. I get TikToks of you where you've got feminine devil filters on you. Is a feminine Eminem like a Rizzler the Sizzler eating Twizzlers? I'm okay with that too. That's transformative, bro. That's Big Robbie's. Big Robbie's barbecue. I don't actually watch any TikTok, but I support that. Why not? They make you green as fuck. I support it. You have my permission. Shrek me up. Are there any short form editors here? Let's link and build. Ghibli, I've been asking people to link and build, and it's a great stim. I love saying it. But I will say, anybody I say it to, basically, they give me the vibe immediately of wanting me to fuck off and die. I would roll this any day of the week. Let's get one more poison stack. Nobody wants to work these days. They don't want to link and build with me. Nobody wants to be the chief purchaser of my booster juice, man. Ghibli, do you get offended when I ask you if you want to be the general manager of my booster juice franchise? I'm not suggesting that you're a bad streamer and should change careers. I'm just suggesting it would be sick to have you manage a booster juice, man. I don't know. It could be, you'd seem like you'd be good. You'd be like, you'd interface with the employees, but also be affable to the customers, man. Get me in the farmer's market. Ah, man, you know what's up. Overinvest is the play. You know what's up. You own a booster juice? Nah, but I've been thinking about it. But I think it's not very smart. In the sense that, like, there's, like, risk involved. Roll me. Can I get some perks, please? I think we're tapped on boars. We could use a ballista. Well, I guess we're leaving then. I think it would be great for you to do once you retire. Yeah, but it's not really like a retirement. That's just, you're just getting a new job, which is running a booster juice. Right. Okay, not running. Owning a booster juice. Hire people to run it, but then you got to sell more juice, man. I should invest in a electric vehicle battery facility. I should invest in a facility where they make lithium batteries for electric sport utility vehicles. That's probably a growth industry, man. I guess you could always just stream more as well. Oh, you're done today. You're done today. Ballista with boars. Who knew, man? That's really the only thing that matters. I think this is what today's gonna be, man. Can I interest you in an Italian restaurant named Vesuvio's? Dude, low key, I know the restaurant industry is like really risky, but if you were independently wealthy from being like a consultant in the waste management industry, being a silent partner in a restaurant would be possibly the largest aura boost that you could have as a middle-aged man. Tell me what's a bigger aura boost than being like finishing your workday and just walking into your restaurant, giving everybody a handshake, and then like somebody like pulls out a table for you or a chair at the table and sits you down and puts like a napkin in your lap, puts a bottle of wine on the table, like uncorks it. That's so aura rich. I don't think I'm gonna open a restaurant. I don't know shit about the restaurant industry, but the aura gains, and I'm pretty aura deficient, so the aura gains would go crazy. People told me I have to farm a single character. So I'm gonna start farming a single character. Free shop purchase per rank seems crazy. We're going King of Greed mode. Watching shorts makes you want to mouth tape. Watching The Sopranos makes you want to open a booster juice. Low key, I think that's real. I think the reason I've started giving people cash tips and speaking my mind more often is because I'm digesting too much Tony Soprano content just by watching the show. You can't help but be affected by the stuff you consume, man. Like, how many people out there watching this right now have ever had a friend tell them they talk too much like me? I'm sure it happens. I'm going count mode still. Duke might be a little too tough. I mean, isn't that why Apollo sounds like Prezzo these days? And let me see if he's in chat. He might be on invisible. Oh, man. Fault me. Went to a restaurant, they told me they don't accept cash. What TF? I brought cash for no reason. It does suck, and I think it is illegal, but I also think nobody cares except for us, unfortunately. We want a dispenser for sure, bro. And it's worth it. Like, every time I go to Dombo, when they seat you, they give you the end user license agreement that is like, we don't take cash. Is card or credit okay? And I go, yeah, but there is, in my head, I'm kind of like, no, but okay. Half for cash only, half for no cash? That's fucking true, man. Wait, I'm an idiot. We don't have anything to stop these guys from going into our base and killing our dudes. Probably should have put the mercenary down. Why does this sometimes... Maybe that's a crit when it shoots like 15 shots at once? Yes! You're not a troop. Give me 99 coins because that's plus 99% hits per second. And then go ahead, pop a mercenary down. We probably need the melee support. We should all learn from Chibli. What did Chibli say? He said, just joking around, got caught trolling. Okay, you can't be saying that, chat. And by chat, I mean Chibli. You can't be saying that. I can't repeat it. It was relevant to the conversation. Chibli, do you think you're like a bad person if somebody cuts you off in traffic? You don't do anything to them, but you gleefully imagine their car exploding? I sort of don't understand how that makes you a bad person. And whenever I ask them to specifically explain why it makes you bad, they always say something like normal people don't do that. And I'm like you would know, buddy. Yeah, they always say that's concerning. I'm concerned. Isn't that bad for your mental health? I don't know, dude. You're the video essay addict. Why don't you tell me? We get these? Sorry, I'm taking enemies today. Taking prisoners. You have no perk. No perk. I don't know what to rock, man. I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't think you guys are shit. Earthworks? Am I a genius? I got a lot of plots, at least. I could start putting some stuff down, I guess. Get him. Okay, that's bad. I guess we will go for a mercenary. It's time to wage war against another king. Give me this fella. No video essays, no shorts. What am I allowed to watch that doesn't cook my brain? Media with a story, bro! Media with a story! Media with a start, a beginning, an end. Rich characters that interact with each other and change them and are changed by them. Stuff with an arc and a climax and a denouement. Give me some of that. Yeah, or sports. Sports used to be brain rot, but then they invented like better brain rot, and now sports is like long form, mature content. It's kind of crazy. We take these. Offering? Oh man, we need wizards or something. Especially if you're betting on it. Yes, sir. I know that's right. People aren't fucking 100% with my Ryan Reynolds take. But if you've ever done an ad for sports gambling, like you're... I'm not allowed to say what I'm going to say. Okay, I deserve this. I deserve this. I didn't say fuck Jamie Foxx. Justin did one. That's different. He's literally my friend. He can do whatever he wants. It's Thief and Beacon. Yeah, he's literally a nice guy. How about Beacon Flamethrower? Fill your plots first. I mean, all of these games are just Hearthstone Battlegrounds. You fill your board before you worry about improving your board. We don't need to add damage to our base, man. How often do you find yourself falling victim to appeal to celebrity? Well, famous people that I don't know should have higher standards because they influence the behaviors of others. I'm literally just a guy, so I don't have to worry about all that. Chibley says, I have a 445 deadlift. People aren't going to believe that, but that's actually true. I've seen him do it. He did it in the back of my booster juice, where we're thinking about opening an old-fashioned powerlifting gym. Get a little poison. Chibley, do you want to be the general manager of my powerlifting gym? Yes, sir. Goated business idea. Chibley, if I bought a truck and a pressure washer, would you like to be an hourly employee who drives around and pressure washes shit? But then, like, I am the company is the one that invoices the customer, and then you get payroll from the company? Yes, sir. Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Not even salary? Buddy, it's a pressure wash company, okay? Let's be real. I have a new meta, tinting house windows. Okay, I know, like, there's a chance that might be the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. But I also feel like I'm stupid, and I think you might have come up with the greatest idea of all time. A house with tinted windows kind of sounds fucking sweet. That's kind of an awesome idea, man. They've been doing that? Well, it clearly hasn't gone viral yet because I haven't heard about it. Let's link and build this summer, man. House with tinted windows. That's sick. We got to take it to at least 10,000. That's a roll in this house. First hit is always critical. These guys are going to be unstoppable today. Can you tint a window, or do you need to, like... I've never really known what... I don't know how things work in the world. I'll just be honest with you. 1 second here. It's a film that you put on a window. Okay. I didn't know if when they say tint the windows, they actually, like, replace the glass with darker glass or something. I'd like to wage war with the king of nothing. Science World has that? Yeah. Right next to the Tree of Illness, where little kids go inside of that tree trunk and pick their nose and then wipe it all over it. And anytime you go inside of it, 2 days later, you're like, why is my throat sore? I know exactly what you're talking about with the Science World windows. The booger trunk. I actually, like, I think you might be onto something with tinted house windows, Chibli. Especially if you can sell it as, like, environmentally friendly, because it's a lie, but it'll make people feel good. You, like, won't have to use your AC as much because it's going to make your house cooler. And you could be like, every house with tinted windows is the equivalent of, like, planting 7 trees or something like that. That's a great idea, dude. I low-key, I think you might actually be onto something, man. It's not a lie? Well, that's the best kind of lie, then. We need to fill our plots, bro. Give me that. Give me that. We're still rich. Give me this. We can do something with it. And then leave. I will be stealing this idea. Buddy, get a mat, okay? We'll draw up a map. Chibli and I, we're gonna take the lower mainland. We can't do more than that, okay? I don't want to run a multinational house window tinting company. I'll settle for the lower mainland, man. I'm not greedy. Should we buy a Ford Transit and get it started? Dude, it's actually, like, low-key, it's not a bad idea, though. Hang on, it's vault and destroy it. Plus, it would be such good defense for me. Because whenever someone says, real job, I could be like, oh yeah? I gotta make some serious calls about my house window tinting business later today, just so you know. I got a lot of stress. Just for your information, not that it's any of your business, but I have to fire Chibli later today. Not that that's any of your motherfucking business. Oh, I can't reinforce. I'll reinforce you then. Chibli's he's getting too big for his britches. He wants to be the CTO. That's a roll in this house. Flamethrower, please. He's gotten too ripped from the powerlifting gym. Man, owning like a real business must be kind of crazy. I think this is actually a sick idea, man. Also, this is like a real question because I don't know anything about like immigration law. If I own the business, like a booster juice, for example, can I just be like, hey, this guy's gonna work at my booster juice, let him into the country? Can I, like, just, is opening a business like a loophole to just get all your friends legal rights to reside in your country? They're not gonna be like, why don't you just hire a Canadian citizen to work the booster juice, and I'm gonna be like, my boy's cracked at buying mangoes or something. He's actually insane at buying fruits and vegetables. He's like the Rain Man of produce purchasing. Me and overinvest. Over invested. Any Britney heads in the chat? Did Britney Spears really, in that post where she got caught smoking a cigarette on an airplane, did she really say that was her first time ever on a private plane? I find it hard to believe given the scope of her popularity in the 90s and the early 2000s, man. Why are you guys so ass? Maybe there were no backliners there. Get some more flamethrowers, man. We don't really need more plots. Roll once. Is flamethrower an area attack? It kind of looks like an area attack to me. That seems sensible. I'm gonna give it a try. It's not that serious, I guess. Mini-me. Get him, bro. Flamethrower's really good with walls because the enemies bunch up. That's good tech. Thank you for that. Thank you. Genuinely. First hit is critical. How the fuck did you do more damage than you? It's closer? Yeah, by like a grid, by a single square. The hell, my ballistas are so ass! Fuck you, buddy. I gotta think about this house window tinting idea. Because a lot of the smartest ideas ever have been mocked for actually being stupid. My ballistas are all morons! Prosperity. Yeah, I did not have less than 20 gold. That's my bad. Wasn't even paying attention. Why wouldn't people just buy pre-tinted windows? It's too late, bro. They already live in the house. That's where your ass comes in. Okay. I'll roll. I'll roll again. I do like a reinforce, man. Can't put it on you. Never went that far. After doing some research, it kind of exists, but I believe we could take over the market. Can you do me a favor? Can you Google Vancouver house tinting businesses and tell me how many hits you get? Like, phones existed before Steve Jobs made the Apple, but like, still. He did it better or something. I don't know. It's got rounded corners. Cancels the first hit the target would take. You ever tinted a house window? It's a pain in the ass. That's Chibley's problem. I'm going to stop you right there. That's something Chibley needs to figure out. That's not for me. There's 9 pages of them on Yelp. Oh, brother. 9 pages of house tinters in Vancouver? Oh, shit. There's 5 downtown alone? Oh, Jesus. That's rough, man. 8 of them went up today. I knew you shouldn't have said anything, man. You know what? Ghibli, you know what we do? We'll roll them up. We'll roll them up. Window tint removers. Yes! I don't really know what that means to roll them up, but I think like it's worth considering. Please double the HP of my troops. Both of them. Or Ghibli, hear me out before. What if we started a business tinting car windows? Yeah, no one's ever thought of that one. I'd like to roll here. I would like to overhaul and overinvest, please. Anyway, that's about all I got. I think it's a good idea, though. I'm not really passionate about like anything. I just think like we should start a business of some sort. It just seems like it's swag to like own a business. Like, you know what would be a huge aura buff, Ghibli? I'm sure you're thinking about the same thing. Getting a phone call and then telling someone, sorry, I gotta take this. Like, I bet that shit goes hard. Even, or like, you could even like be on an appointment with someone, but then your phone rings and you go, hang on, I gotta take this. I bet that's fucking sweet. I've never been in a situation like that. Sometimes I open the stock market app on my phone while I'm sitting in the cafe. That's so real, man. That's so relatable, man. Waiting to pick up my kid from daycare, opening up like Google Finance. Like people are gonna be like, wow, this guy must be he must be a stockbroker. This guy must like work for a hedge fund or something like that. Buy, 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 sell, sell, buy, 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 sell, buy, sell. First hit crit. I think you got like 7 stacks of that shit on you right now. You got 2 stacks. Dude, Ghibli, I can't tell. I need you. This is why you're my business manager. I need you to tell me if this idea that Chad has is awesome or horrible. Prescription glass windshield for your car so you don't need to wear glasses while you drive. It could be sick, man. It could be sick. And of course they're tinted. Yeah, yeah, that goes without saying. That wouldn't even work? Well, I'm sure you'd have to, like, you know, change the prescription or whatever. Like, you'd have to adjust it. Or, like, move your seat up or something. But, like, I think it could work, man. You got the boys in the damn lab. It could be kind of sick, man. Like a transition lens for your car? I think we're in trouble, man. I just don't feel like we're making it to year 33. Or, dude, you get the prescription windshield for your car. I can't say it with a straight face. the prescription windshield for your car, and then if it's a sunny day, you get the clip-on sunglasses on top of it. This wouldn't work. I'm an optician. How could it not work? I get that you have to change the lens because, like, it's not right up against your eye, but how could it not work, man? It's just light. It's just optics. What if you move slightly? Well, I hope so. You're driving. That's kind of the idea. How would you read the speedometer? Prescription gauge cluster. Fuck you. What if you just made the whole world your prescription instead of just your glasses? Whatever, I'm running it back because we're going to King Selection because we got new perks. Apple baby. Give me an extra plot, man. Your windshield would be like 20 grand. Yeah, but you wouldn't need to wear glasses when you were in your car. Did you think about that? Bet not. Good deal. What about your passengers? They could get you. So if you could have like a pair of glasses in the cup holder that cancels out the prescription of the windshield, so that when they wore them, it would look like they were looking through like just a normal glass windshield. I don't think you guys get it. You're focusing a lot on the reasons it wouldn't work and not a lot on the reasons that it would work, which is it would be sick to not have to wear glasses in your car. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is like what the real benefit is, because you have to like wear glasses everywhere else. So like you still have to bring them in the car with you. And if you gotta bring glasses somewhere, it's like really convenient to just kind of put them on your face. You sort of forget that they're there. We need a sturdy troop. This is actually a viable build, man. I don't know, man. You got me thinking about this. Prescription car windshield might be the play. Building supply effects one more time. We're going to the moon. Sorry, I was let's playing for a second there. You can now see your nose. Man, fuck you. You lost the game. It is kind of crazy that you guys have been able to see my nose like the whole time. But like I only just noticed it a second ago. Anyway, whatever. There's got to be like what. We got to think of something at least. I think tinting house windows might be the play, but it would also be sick if you just want to like. That's fine. If you just want to like work for like $15 an hour at my power washing company that I don't even own. There is also that. Cards will level up in the year of prophecy. Okay, on all the plots I don't have. 15? I'm not a real business owner. I don't know what the minimum wage is these days. That's not even minimum wage? Plus tips, bro. Plus tips. We're going to lose immediately. I don't have wizards? Let's get some wizards, bro. Prescription shower? I don't really know what that means, but... it's an interest... I love a business idea that's just two words that like already mean something, but then put together in a new way. Prescription shower. Caitlin Clark winning MVP this year? As long as Asia Wilson's around, that's going to be tough, but you know, I think she's the heir apparent. No disrespect to Paige Buckets. She's got to stop beefing with Angel Reese, though. You know, that's a lion doesn't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. Plus, like, you're playing in the bright lights of Indiana. Just chill. No reason to be jealous. This is exactly the same run, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's exactly the same run. I'm thinking early. Hear me out. Put some lab rats down. Put a dispenser down, then lab rats. Why would you put your base there? Oh, right. I guess they can just walk up to it, huh? Oh, man. Overhaul is exactly what I want to see, man. Then you put lab rats like right here. Reusable ice cream. You know what? Reusable ice cream goes crazy. Let's link and build this summer. Another dispenser. Break this. Level up plots, which also levels up the rat. This was my thinking. Endless level ups, man. Lickable foreskin. I think they already did that one. Let me get a spire. Sure, man. Thief attacks are always critical. That seems pretty good. Prescription monitor. Dude, that would be so sick too, because everything outside of the scope of the monitor would be blurry, so you could really lock in. Prescription monitor. Any opticians in chat? Prescription monitor could be the play. I'm going full dispenser. Shouldn't have put it there. I'm realizing I shouldn't have put it there. Roll me once more. Roll me again. What am I even looking for? I'm just wasting my money doing nothing. Cards will level up in the year of prophecy. Okay. Combustion thieves. This is a vibey game, man. This is my like ideal cozy game. The description, or the decisions you make are very lightweight. I like that. What about gift shirts? Damn, I think, honestly, I feel like the technology, if it had been invented in like 2012, gift shirts would have gone insane. But I just think like the culture has moved past it now. Okay, I'm... Take whatever. Quick restart. No, I don't want to wage war on anybody. I think I shouldn't have put my palace there, dude. I made horrible mistakes. Yeah, let me out! I'm pressing the escape button. You legally have to let me see an options menu. It's called wearable technology. It's a big thing. Is it a big thing, or is it just like MKBHD? Okay, don't put your palace here. That goes there. A thief goes, excuse me, a thief goes here. And a beacon goes here. That's our ideal start. JTR and HBR. That's a blast from the past, man. I'm gonna go Midas Touch early. Here's an insane play. What about some shit like that? Were you an Arduino head at any point? I don't know what it is. Those are little... They're Raspberry Pi adjacent, right? I would love a defending unit as well. You can go here, because you don't need attack speed buffs. They're little controllable motors. No, I'm that guy who like really doesn't understand how any kind of engineering technology works. I basically think that it's all... I'm trying to think about how to describe it. Like, I'm like an atheist who thinks that technology works via, like, divine right. Like, it's God's will, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Machine spirits, yes. Can't be killed, man. They can't be killed. We have too many units that attack the back line. Let me get an enchantment and buff a thief. Forgot what I was talking about. Either way, clone me. The cards on the target plot will level up. That's good. I would love to put some stuff there, man. I'm the type of beast that isn't afraid to, like, clone a thief and then put a thief down right here. So if you have a car and it has, like, I don't know how heavy gas is relative to water, but I'm going to guess that, like, functionally, from a human perspective, it's very similar. If you have a 50-liter gas tank and you fill up your car from zero, your car is roughly 50 kilograms heavier. True or false? True. We don't even need to wait for an answer. If you have an electric car and you take it from 0% battery to 100% battery, how much heavier is it? Because electrons have mass, right? It's a few grams heavier. It's like, people don't like when I say this, but I think if you're like me, you'll understand that we're gonna lose again. You'll understand this take. Your car drives different when it's got a full gas tank. It just feels like it's like the difference between being Mario in Mario Kart and being Donkey Kong in Mario Kart. It drives different. I don't know, it's like a little heavier. But also, like, it's got a little bit more zip, too. It's got to be the same for an electric car, because they're both cars. Well, we just lost. We play in Bazaar today. Not on stream, on YouTube though. Sadly, the Bazaar heads won the culture war. Hating Kino never goes out of style. We go again. Palace at the back. A mercenary with a vault. Got the palace in the back. Palace tack attached. Chili, that's your friend, right? You might be live right now. I don't know. Sturdy troop. Is Beacon Frost? Should I buy this or Star Invaders? You know what would be a sick game? Scrandle for games. Where it shows you a game and the price of the game, and then you choose which game is more scran. And it costs $9.99 every time you play it. And Chibli could be the webmaster. You ever think about that? Does Chibli need a job? I think he's chilling, but like, I don't know. He's the only motherfucker that wants to link and build these days, man. Doesn't Justin want to stop streaming? I don't think he wants to stop streaming. I think he wants to keep streaming, but he's like worried that it's not going to last forever, which is like very fair. I've been there myself. Let me put a spire up here. That seems like a perfect spot for it, man. You could stream the window tinting. Low key, it does seem kind of sick to like run a landscaping company and then videotape yourself like cutting people's grass. That seems kind of sick. I'd rather play video games, I guess, but it does seem kind of sick. Thank you. Cards on the target plots will level up. Always the last place you look, man. I think we're making it today. Is it possible to make a stock market on streamers' viewership day to day and we bid on it being bearish or bullish? Yeah, it's possible. It's not like, I mean, have you seen some of the shit that they're doing with code? Like, you can do anything, man. Do I want you to do it? You can do whatever you want. Just leave me the fuck out of it, man. I don't want that. That's like the same energy as me being like, hey, let's do a prop bet on whether this random person is going to get like a life-threatening illness in the next 10 years. I don't want that shit. That's horrible. Because the Ouroboros of the content regurgitation always goes in the same direction. This would be a cool idea for a gimmick. Wow, this is a lot of fun. One person with mental illness starts taking it way too seriously. Reddit essays. And I'm really happy that right now the Reddit is like essay proof because it's all jokes. It's a dream come true. So I'm doing whatever I can to hold it at this part of the cycle, but like with a little bit of inoculation as long as possible. I'd like to keep it that way. It's still ass. Reddit? I mean, our subreddit is pretty good these days. I like it. The King of Nature. King of Nature seems absolutely sick. Now, you don't have an effect. You have vampirism. You don't have an effect. You don't have an effect. You need vampirism, and note to self, spend no money. Reddit essay son or Discord essay daughter? Hold on. We make these. Discord essay daughter, I think. Because a Discord essay daughter is more based because they didn't order attention, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They recognize that they are just basically venting, and they don't need affirmations from others they don't need affirmations from thousands of others to make it work. They just need like the 3 people that are always in MISC to be like, wow, that sounds hard. So I think that's nobler, at least. Plus, like, I mean, posting your grievance on a spot where it gets like a lot of attention and stays there for a day is annoying as the person often being criticized. Posting it in the middle of what essentially is like an endless scroll is much better because it just goes away after like, you know, a few minutes or an hour or whatever. Let's get imps that explode when killed, man. I shouldn't be spending money! Imps that explode when killed. Better mercenaries. Yeah, you could type your essays in chat. That's not like as bad. Well, we're waiting. Let me stack some units out here too. Judge Holden's son or Anton Chigurh daughter? That's tough, man. The thing is, Judge Holden is like, he's the devil, basically. So I think you have to go with Anton Chigurh daughter. I think it would kind of suck ass, but you definitely, like, I'm pretty sure that Judge Holden is like the corporeal form of pure malevolence. Whereas Anton Chigurh is a sociopath and a psychopath, without a doubt. But there is like an element of humanity somewhere in there. He doesn't seem like he necessarily takes pleasure in the work that he does. He just has a clinical drive to do it as perfectly as possible. That's tough, though. It's a good question. Fuck you for asking. It's a good-ass question. Judge Holden is bald, though? I was literally about to say, how would you know that it's a book? And then I had like Homer Simpson in my head saying, books can contain descriptions of physical features. Fair enough. Sure, give me a bomb or two. And the reason for this is just because we're getting free levels in a few years. Sync is the vibe when water's the play, man. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Merchant's cards cost half the price. I'm going to take 9 free rerolls. It allows us to be more aggressive without spending money. Can't really buff mercenaries. You're level 2. Why do you do so little damage, man? Is it because you're at the back? We're probably going to need more tanky fellas, though. I'm trusting. I'm choosing to trust. Are the shirts of yours online? Like, do you get a cut? No, those are all set up by hustle bro teenagers. That being said, I morally absolve you. If you see a t-shirt on Redbubble, I am going to let you know it's probably going to be, as someone who's owned some Redbubble shirts, it's probably going to be insanely shitty quality. So, like, know that in advance. But if you really want to buy a shirt with like with my logo on it or something, and you can only find it on Redbubble, you can, man. I don't think, you know, there's anything wrong with you doing it. So you give permission to fan artists to make merch? I don't give you permission, but I'm not gonna stop you. Is that like, I'm not going to give you my endorsement, but I'm not gonna be like, here's a cease and desist, stop doing that. I'm not gonna do that. Guys, we're gonna lose again. We're gonna lose immediately. Or maybe I'm looking to see these numbers balance out, please. Is today it's our blessing day! We win these, bro. We win these, bro. We lose these. We lose these by a mile. Okay, well, at least we're not going to finish the stream late today. We're going to be on time. Oh, that slash marker 9 kings. It might be enough 9 kings for now. Let me tell you, I think the game is good. I really like the game. I played like 7 hours of it. I have kind of hit the point where there's so many characters and so many difficulty levels to unlock, and you're supposed to grind the difficulty levels to get more perks to have a better chance to beat a difficulty level on a king, where you haven't beaten the difficulty with the king, but you've beaten the difficulty with another king. Like, it's just... There's a... You know what I mean? I feel like it could be streamlined a little bit. It's too hard. Well, the other thing is I don't always know, like, why I'm losing. Like in Worditro, if I lost, which I wouldn't because I'm one of the best to ever do it, I know why I'm losing. It's because I'm playing decoded words. But in this, I'm like, for like the first 12 days, I'm like, I'm crushing it. And then day 13, like 17 dudes make it into my palace. And I'm like, well, I can't really change anything at this point. I can't really, there's nothing I could do. Like I've already got a castle built on the land, man. We got Mario Party tomorrow, right? Mario Party tomorrow? Dumb Dog, are you here? I called him Dumb Dog. That's embarrassing. My friend Apollo, are you here? I think you need more perks in general. My only problem, like, and this is not, I still think it's a good game. I still think it's probably my favorite game ever made. This is how I have to talk about season 2 of The Rehearsal before telling people that I actually found the second half of the season kind of bereft of payoff, even though they took a really ambitious swing, which I respect. I didn't really find it poignant or humorous. It's probably the best game I've ever played. I probably like it more than you do. That being said, I don't know, a little grindy. It was cruel, not funny. It was cruel and funny, but I thought that season 1 was a lot better. I would probably give season 2 of The Rehearsal an 8, which is still really good. And I thought that it was an 11. For episodes 1 through 3, I thought that it was an 11. Then I thought that 4, 5, and 6 lost me a little bit. Yeah, it's like the thing, I guess grindy was not the word that I wanted to use. I do prefer my roguelikes to not require, like, I don't mind unlocking new items. In fact, I enjoy unlocking new items. But I don't like when you need to play a lot to get like a 10% boost to HP, starting with more items, 10% boost to damage, etc., etc. Like I don't like that. I do. It's not every game can do it, and I understand that. I prefer the elegance of the design philosophy, which is like you can basically. There's no artificial headwinds that are stopping you on your first run. Because otherwise, it's very easy for me to be like, well, I didn't really lose because my run sucked. I lost because I didn't have good perks. And I don't have the drive to go back and grind like lower difficulties to unlock the perks just to get a 30% DPS bonus like flat across the board. But I might also be misrepresenting it. But is that the last we see of it? Probably because of the fact that we're talking about the game mechanics, which is boring, instead of cool stuff like business ideas that are totally going to work. Let me see if my wife is ready to stream. Hello. Are you ready to stream? Please play more repo. I can't. It makes me want to throw up for some reason. There's a setting. I have it on. It doesn't work. Lethal then? I think people are just kind of played out. Ghibli knows what it's like. Our friends, like, I mean, we got like 5 people that stream games with us now. And like, if one of them is doing stuff, that's just it, man. Like we're at that position now in our network, which I've heard is your net worth. That like everybody has to be in or we can't get the lobby going anymore. I imagine it's what it's like if you're like the only unmarried guy in your high school friend group chat. You're probably like, damn, nobody wants to like go to the board game cafe with me at 10 p.m. on a Friday. They're all waking up early and like going for a hike or something. What's the move, y'all? People used to link and build, man. It's true. Not even just in the summer. It was like year round. Now you got to like make a special event and shit. I got off work yesterday at 7. No one wanted to disc golf with me. That's what I'm talking about, man. I had kids at 18. Now I'm almost 40 and they're out of the house. How's that working though? I'm using my sarcastic voice, but I'm interested. Kate and I were talking about it. It's interesting, right? I feel like my mental model for life right now is that you're a kid and you don't really know what you're doing. You're just kind of like living life, having fun. And then you become an adult and you have to figure out like who you are circa age 21. And you kind of like piece that together bit by bit. Then you have kids, and like at least temporarily, especially when they're super young, you cease being an individual. You subsume yourself entirely into your role. I am a father. I must provide for my family. Shit like that, right? Then after they move out, you kind of have to, my thing, this is hypothetical. My thinking is you have to figure out like who you are again, but circa like age 45 or something like that. Like you start your life again. Very interesting. I had no 20s essentially, which sucked. Now I have more free time than ever before. I hear you. I mean, like, here's what I'll say about that. I feel like, especially these days, most people lose their 20s. I had a decent decade, don't get me wrong, but like looking back, I do sort of feel like I didn't live like a traditional 20s. I burned a lot of time like needlessly recording way too many Isaac episodes instead of living my life. I think well, listen, I'm not comparing Isaac episodes to raising a child. That's not really fair. But I think a lot of people, if they look back on their 20s, would have regrets, you know, or at least look back on it not 100% fondly. So I'm saying I don't think you should have FOMO over that. People are either like working really hard to establish themselves in the career or like making a career change or working a shitty job for 10 years and like trying to gain some traction or partying too much and like compromising their health briefly or perhaps semi-permanently. Like, I think that's what your 20s are for. Like your 20s are kind of like I don't know. It's most people I think don't get to really do what they want. That being said, it is annoying when someone who's like 24 is like, I'm old. You're like, shut up. Also saw a man, I'm not going to crash out on you, okay, but I saw a message that said my wife and I had to start telling our friends not to talk about their babies anymore because it came up every conversation. Why are you friends with them if you don't want them to talk about their life? And also, what would you rather they talk about, man? The baby consumes your whole life, man. What do you want them to talk about? Steven Universe? It's literally, no disrespect. I get their baby is not the most important thing in your life. That makes sense. But having a baby when you have one is like the most important thing you can do. And you want them to not talk about this thing that's like meaningful to their life. I'd cut you out of the group chat. I'd start another group chat with everyone but you. And then if you ever saw it, I would have to be like, we were planning your surprise party. Even if your birthday was like 11 months away, I'd have to be like, we're planning your surprise party. So I don't want to deal with that. My coworker had a child a year ago. Now 80% of the things he talks about is his kid. Obviously, man, what do you... Here's what I'm going to say, okay? It takes two to tango. If you're not happy with the direction of the conversation, and for some reason you're a narcissist, and you feel like people shouldn't be able to talk about stuff that's meaningful for you, they should only be able to talk about your special interest, then start leading the conversation, buddy. This is strictly ballroom. I'm happy to talk about like whatever you want to talk about, but you better be driving the bus if you're not happy with the way I'm steering. We're allowed to not be interested? Yeah, of course. That's like part of the social lubrication, bro. People talk about shit I find uninteresting all the time. What do? You go, whoa, that's really interesting. And then when you get the opportunity, you say, that reminds me of some shit that happened at the playground yesterday when my kid was on the monkey bars. You're trading shit that's more interesting to you to them. And then they tell you some shit that's interesting to them that you don't really find that interesting at all. That's what friendship is. Tit for tat is not the way to have a conversation. Okay, then find a motherfucker who wants to talk about trains, okay? Because like circumstance brought us together and we have to talk. And now you're policing the way that I'm talking because I'm talking about shit that's important to me. This shit is ridiculous, man. What do you want to talk about? Talk about what do you want to talk about? New season of Common Side Effects? I don't want to hear that shit. Stop talking about cartoons, bro. I'm raising a member of the next generation. I don't want to hear some shit about Justin Roiland right now. It doesn't mean anything to me. I find it very prosaic. I find it a brief distraction while we're on this mortal coil until we pass through the lens of eternity. Defend yourself. That you can't resign. Defend yourself. I reject your offer for resignation. Whatever. I would talk sports with you, but you guys get pissed about that too. Is your daughter reading any more words? Dude, it's actually crazy to just have like a smart kid. Sorry, I know you guys aren't interested. She's one of 2 kids in her class that can read, and she could read when the school year started in September. She's saying shit like otherwise. I don't know where she picked that up from. I have a pet theory. Well, I'm not saying I'm super smart. I think I have a great brain for language, even though I'm starting to mispronounce words all the time, which is troubling. But maybe it's just the way that it goes. So I think that there's a genetic component for language and for cutting up in class, because she is not as focused as I would like her to be. But I think that a part of it might also be that she slept in my office while I was recording Isaac episodes, man. And I think maybe there's like, not to overly like personify or say that there's like a divine hand involved in human development, but maybe if you're a baby and your brain is like developing really fast, your brain is like, oh shit, I'm surrounded by words. Send some calories to like the word cortex. Build up the word, densify the word cortex like crazy. I think there might be an element of that, man. She's actually, like, she blows me out in debates sometimes, which is not fair. She uses, like, my own words against me. And I'm like, you're 4, chill. That's supposed to be, like, maybe when you're, like, 5 or 6, you're supposed to be doing stuff like that. It would be nice, I'm sure Kate will tell you, it would be nice if she listened a little better, though. But that's mostly her teacher's problem, I suppose. Anyway, I'll send you over to my wife's stream. I'm going to eat some lunch. Later, gamers. You should be nicer to your coworkers, man. Why do you hate your coworkers? They don't want to work at the office either, bro. Sure, okay, maybe they have like pedestrian media tastes, but like they're people just like you. Just chill on them for what do you mean? They're so mean. I don't know them. They're shitty people. They hate my identity. Okay, well that's valid. That's valid. I was talking more about like if you have a coworker who's like, hey, did you see the new episode of, let me think, what's the worst show on TV right now? Did you see the new episode of Ridiculousness last night? If you're hating like that guy, you shouldn't hate that guy that much. Unless he's talking about like The Masked Singer or something like that. New episode? Yeah, that shit's still on the air somehow, man. It's America's Funniest Home Videos, but they don't even play that many videos. They play like 11 videos per 30-minute episode. America's Funniest Home Videos, at least, is like bang, bang, bang. Ridiculousness, they do like, here's the theme, and then there's like 4 videos. And then it's over, man. Anyway, I'll send you over there.